The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. 310-840-4910. Brad, we got quite the show today. Quite the show. Our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, our buddy Nick Friedel, going to join us at 7 p.m. Eastern. Sal Licata going to join at 10 p.m. Eastern to talk the Mets. It might be 12 straight losses in a row at that point. The Knicks collapse loss yesterday. I still can't get over it. You can hear I barely have a voice because I basically was screaming into the void after I signed off last night. Giants and Jets, both with multiple draft picks in the first 16 picks of the draft. So a lot to get to with Sal later on in the show. A lot to get to with us here, brother. But let's start with the news that, look, we had such a jam-packed show yesterday, Brad. We didn't even get a chance to get to the big news over the weekend, which would have dominated most shows. But considering first weekend of playoffs, the Dexter Lawrence trade, the Adam Schefter bomb that he dropped regarding A.J. Brown, basically the fragments were left to be picked up here on today's show. But Adam Schefter reporting over the weekend an A.J. Brown trade to the New England Patriots after June 1 is now likely. We've talked about this for weeks. And I guess I got to admit defeat. It's not a guarantee just yet. It hasn't happened. But we're going to see what the Eagles do with their first-round draft pick on Thursday. And I think it's more likely than ever now that they're either going to take a receiver or, if he's still there, Kenyon Sadiq from Oregon. But, Adam Schefter ain't putting this thing out unless it's he's got good intel on it. And so it feels like, once June 1 rolls around, this trade will become official. A.J. Brown will be on the New England Patriots, and his time with the Philadelphia Eagles will be over. I still think this is such a stupid decision from Howie Roseman, who's one of the best executives in sports, Brad. Right? He's built numerous championship squads here, teams that have gone to the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl a couple years ago. Just from a financial standpoint, I can't get over it. A.J. Brown's cap hit this year was $22 million. To not have him on the team, it cost you $16 million this year, $27 million next year. It just doesn't make sense to me. All the drama and the BS and the pettiness that seemed to come out of Philadelphia last year. A.J. Brown still put up 1,000 yards. He's still a top 10 receiver in my opinion. I just don't get it from Philadelphia's standpoint. And for the Patriots, we said it when they signed Romeo Doubs. I said they need to do way more than this. Well, this would check a gigantic box for them, getting A.J. Brown linked back up with Mike Vrabel and giving Drake May a real, true number one receiver after they parted ways with Stephon Diggs this offseason.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Look, I think Philadelphia and Howie Roseman and company may just be tired of the drama that A.J. Brown constantly brings. He is a definition of a diva. There's no question about it. And they're just like, you know what? We're sick. We're tired of it. Exit stage left. And that's why they were stockpiling so far in this young offseason, all those veteran wideouts in advance of a likely deal with New England so they can plug that gap instantaneously. They may not be done bringing in some additional talent, may end up drafting somebody in the middle of the NFL draft come, Friday and Saturday when it's all said and done. A lot of people talking about Devontae Smith. for fantasy football purposes, is going to be a surefire WR1. I kind of pump the brakes on that. I think he's more of like a premium WR2 in 12-team formats in light of this eventual move that will be made. But look at A.J. Brown in New England. He checks that enormous box. Still one of the premier field stretchers in the league, a guy that constantly leads the NFL in total air yards. And, Jalen Hurts really took a step back last season in terms of his passing accuracy. And that was something that was a calling card of Drake May. He was top 10 in adjusted completion percentage. And given the separation skills, given the body size that A.J. Brown has, he is going to be a surefire top target, a guy that's going to mass well north of probably 115, 120 targets this upcoming season, assuming he is indeed in Foxborough. A little shoulder note. We saw that Jordan Schultz also reported that Kayshon Boutte could be on his way out of New England as a result of A.J. Brown possibly coming in. And that makes all the sense in the world because what is Boutte's calling card? Well, he slaps that backside with some of those big gains outside the numbers. And that is the MO of A.J. Brown. So, Kayshon Boutte could be a steal of a deal. A guy is probably going to be dealt for a mid-round draft pick, maybe on draft night, maybe Friday night, a Saturday deal goes down, and Boutte winds up in a different locale. I liked what I saw from him last season and would certainly upgrade the downfield explosivity wherever he would land as a result of A.J. Brown coming in. But, New England needs an upgrade in weaponry. And they need a true blue WR1. A.J. Brown would be certainly that dude. Devontae Smith's going to benefit. A number of the veteran wideouts like Hollywood Brown would certainly benefit in Philadelphia. And we'll see where Kayshon Boutte lands. So a lot of moving parts here and some dominoes that will fall when inevitably this deal goes down. I'm assuming when the clock strikes midnight, it'll probably be rubber stamped to 12:01 on June the 2nd. That makes all the sense in the world, given all of the monies at play. But yeah, A.J. Brown heading to New England, it seems like in short order.
310-840-4910. Is this a good trade for the New England Patriots? I think yes. I mean, look, you said it. A.J. Brown is a diva. Yes, he is. Does he publicly request trades basically anytime he doesn't get the ball thrown his way 10 times in a game? Yes. Is social media and YouTubers and all these podcasters more prevalent now than ever where we wouldn't have heard these comments even 10 years ago? Yes. And, we blow up over every little piece of news now. Again, and did A.J. Brown have a great season? No. Was he absolutely brutal in the playoff game against the 49ers? Yes, he was. Multiple drops, crucial drops in that game. He's still, for all the negativity, all the distractions, A.J. Brown, 1,000 yards this year and 7 touchdowns. And it wasn't just meaningless, right? They had some big games. I know the Eagles, they won the division. And if they didn't play a D- game, they would have beaten the 49ers. So they still got to the playoffs. They won double-digit games. As bad as the offense was, me, Brad, I was blaming offense coordinator Kevin Patullo. He's gone. They bring in Sean Mannion. I got a problem with Nick Sirianni. I think he's the biggest issue still left on this team. But, who are we kidding? A.J. Brown with Drake May as his quarterback and the other options that the Patriots have with a solid run game that they've developed with Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson, he's going to get another 1,000 yards this season. And he's going to score 7 to 10 touchdowns. And he's going to be great. And is he going to come with his share of headaches at times? Yes, he will. But he's now playing with a coach that he played with coming into the league in Vrabel. And you got to imagine Mike Vrabel's culture that they've built in New England. More on that in a second. But the culture that they've built in New England, A.J. Brown will be less of a headache for the Patriots than he was for the Eagles. I got to imagine. And this is, I just think this is a great trade for the Patriots. And for the Eagles now, Howie Roseman, I got to give him the benefit of the doubt because of all the moves he's pulled off in the past, on draft night, in free agency, the drafts he's made, the players he's drafted. I mean, look at Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell on this defense, and Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. I mean, they're full of all pros, the guys they've drafted here over the last couple of years. But damn it, Howie Roseman better pull off some genius moves here this weekend. And there's reports that he might have a big trade in store this weekend. Jonathan Grenard, the pass rusher from the Vikings, who had a dozen-plus sacks last year, he keeps coming up in reports, and a guy that the Eagles might trade for this weekend. The Eagles have the 23rd pick. Tell you what, Brad, without A.J. Brown, this offense coming off the year it had, they need more help. They need more weapons. They better find a way to get a pretty damn good one here, whether it's in the draft or whether it's via a trade, because everybody's a genius until they're not. So there is a ton of pressure on Howie Roseman to deliver another genius move or moves and position the Eagles to get back to a Super Bowl this year, because I think they're far from it with all the changes they've made this offseason.
Yeah, that's a entirely fair perspective. I still feel this is going to be a run-heavy attack, as it should be, with the duality of Jalen Hurts and the RPO action that he can have a lot of success on, and a guy that squats baby elephants in the gym. I mean, he's squatting like 550 pounds. It's utterly ridiculous. That's why the tush-push is largely effective, that and the outstanding offensive line play. But, again, the accumulation of veterans. I mentioned Hollywood Brown. They made the trade with Green Bay to acquire Dontavian Wicks, who has shown his worth at times, so he needs to be a little bit more consistent as a downfield weapon. Dallas Goedert, remember, early in the offseason, he was rumored to be on a one-way ticket out of Philadelphia, and he is still on this roster and a guy that's highly reliable weapon for Jalen Hurts. So even they lose A.J. Brown, and let's say they invest in a mid-round wide receiver, I still like the construct of this roster because they're going to be run heavy no matter what. Probably going to be like close to a 55-45 run to pass split this upcoming season. Really lean on that defense, eat a lot of clock, play some low-scoring games, and just grind out victory. So the formula is still there for Philadelphia. There's no reason to panic. And you get a guy that's a bit of a headache off the roster in A.J. Brown with all the baggage that he brings, with all of then, again, the unnecessary drama that constantly is churned out of his mouth and his body language, his general behavior. So, yeah, I think it's a shrewd move, and I think it eventually will come on June the 2nd, and we'll see what Philadelphia ultimately does at the wide receiver position in the NFL draft.
Yeah, again, 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. Do you think the Philadelphia Eagles have to draft a receiver now in the first round? Or do you trust that Howie Roseman will make the necessary moves to improve this offense? Because I got to be honest, Brad, I don't think just running it back, with the new offensive coordinator, but hey, just saying, hey, Saquon 2 years ago was amazing. It wasn't that great last year, but hey, you know what?
True.
If we just run the ball, he'll be fine. This offensive line wasn't that great last year, but just the guys' names on paper, they got to be pretty good. No, I think they need to bring in an explosive receiver. I would love to see them draft a receiver in the first round of 23. I don't think Kenyon Sadiq, the big, massive tight end from Oregon, is going to be there. But even if they were to reach, they have their pick of the litter at Denzel Boston. They might have their pick of the litter at KC Concepcion. I would rather see them grab one of those guys at 23 than settle for a receiver in the mid-rounds. Unless you're telling me they're making a trade for a veteran receiver and, on Friday night or on Saturday afternoon. I just think losing A.J. Brown just because he was, he was a headache, and saying, all right, our offense is now is just as good as it was 2 years ago. No, there's no shot. There's absolutely no chance. By the way, I mentioned Mike Vrabel's culture before and how A.J. Brown going to New England, he might not be as much of a headache for them as he was in Philly. How about the press conference that Mike Vrabel had earlier today, where for the first time publicly in front of the media, he addressed the photos that were published 2 weeks ago by the New York Post with former Athletic reporter now Diana Rossini. And at the time, they both released statements that it was basically laughable, that it was a joke to assume anything more than a professional meeting. The way Mike Vrabel spoke today, I think he basically told us without telling us that was an affair. And here were some of his comments on what it means now moving forward for him and the team.
I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. Those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and to ourselves. I care deeply about this football team, and I'm excited to coach them. I also know that I'm going to attack each day with humility and focus. And what I can promise you is that my family, this organization, the team, the staff, the coaches, everybody, our fans, most importantly, will get the best version of me going forward. And that's what I know, and I'm excited to do that. But I wanted to just address this and thank you for your patience in dealing with the private and personal matter.
Brad, I don't know about you. That is a very sharp pivot. That is the opposite end of the spectrum of what Diana Russini basically hinted at in her resignation letter, where she basically said, I'm not giving any more oxygen to these unmoored or these comments and these rumors that are unmoored from the truth. If Mike Vrabel's talking about having difficult conversations with his family and the teammates, and that he's going to approach these days with humility, I don't know about you, Brad, but that sounds like somebody that made a gigantic mistake. The world knows about it. We all saw it play out publicly, and now you have to own up to those mistakes. So I don't think Mike Vrabel did Diana Russini any favors with that 2-minute statement today. He also didn't even mention it specifically. He just said a personal and private matter, but like we all freaking know what the hell it was about. So whatever Diana Russini claimed didn't happen, Mike Vrabel, I think, basically told on her and on them and said, yeah, I messed up, right? Like, here's the social media post, like somebody that's going to rehab, like, oh, I'm going to be a better family man. You don't say that unless you're telling all of us that, yeah, there was something definitely going on there. And now it's like, I think that kind of closes the book on any speculation over the last 2 weeks. I mean, that's tough. That's a tough hearing those comments if you're Diana Russini. And Mike Vrabel, I mean, again, he'll move on from this. I don't know what his family life is going to look like now, but he's still going to be the coach of the Patriots. I highly doubt that this is going to affect team chemistry, but Diana Russini, I think, is probably punching air after hearing that statement today.
Yeah, certainly had a mea culpa tone to it. There's no doubt about it. I thought it was very telling. And look, this has got a lot of personal impacts, not only for the spouses that were involved on both sides of the ledger, but the kids and the family impacts. I mean, for the people that have been affected by divorces and nefarious relationships and things over the years, it can have really strong effects long term on the psyche of a child that's growing up in potentially a broken household. So people are being impacted, and we do have to respect that. It is a very personal matter, as Vrabel laid out today. Look, Vrabel's not going to receive any kind of repercussions for this. And, honestly, I don't think he really should, outside of dealing with his matters at home, which are awfully weighty. But in terms of the impacts of the team, by the league overall, it's no big deal. I think they're going to, understand where he's coming from, accept it as a sorry excuse, and they're going to move on from it. It's a different ball of wax, though, for Diana Russini. Given her, integrity as a journalist, that has been solely compromised. There's no question about it. And we're going to see where she lands. And I'm sure somebody's going to give her a second lease on life, and she's got to have a lot of questions to answer, but she has really done herself no favors. And the explanations or lack thereof publicly with a resignation letter and how she's overall approached this. So, I think Vrabel is going to move on. I don't think he's going to, approach the subject ever again. He said what he needed to say. I think he's somewhat at peace with it. Russini's going to have more questions to answer. It's just a messy situation. And what I feel sorry for are the families that are impacted, because I've seen a lot of friends. I'm sure you've seen a lot of friends over the years. And when I was growing up that went through similar situations, maybe not as public, obviously, as this. And it had long-lasting ripple effects on their overall development as a human being. And that's what we have to take into account here, folks. These are human beings We all make mistakes, and I appreciate Vrabel in this moment owning up to it, though obviously he shouldn't have been involved in the first place. But that's none of my business. That's water under the bridge at this point, and Rossini's got to have a lot of questions to answer here in the near future.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll get to your phone calls and your texts right away when we come back. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show, and we'll also get ready for another night of many nights to come of the NBA playoffs and the Stanley Cup playoffs. We'll preview Sixers Celtics. Can Philadelphia find a way to rebound after they got smacked around in Boston over the weekend? Game 2 coming up at the top of the hour. And also, Mike Tomlin, he's joining Sunday Night Football. We'll talk about what that means when we return as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Just getting rolling. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
And it feels like everybody wants to blame Mike Brown. And Mike Brown absolutely 100% deserves some blame for what happened last night. There is no question about it. No question about it. But I'll just say this. I'm not doing the whole, Tom Thibodeau have done that? Like, Tom Thibodeau presided over some bad Knicks playoff losses, okay? So I'm not willing to do that. Did they make the right move? I still think they did. I think Tibbs had to go, just like did they hire the right guy to replace him. So Mike Brown definitely deserves some blame. Here's what I would say to everybody, whether it's pundits in the media, whether it's basketball fans, whether it's you listening or watching. At what point do we collectively start to hold these players accountable? At what point does that happen? At what point do we say, hey, Jalen Brunson, who's a superb player, all NBA caliber, he's magnificent, he's tremendous, he's great. He's not Kobe Bryant. And the way he hogs the ball, and we talked about it last year in the playoffs, right? He thinks he's Kobe. Dribble, 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 shot. Pass the ball, dude. You're not Kobe Bryant. Sorry. You're not Michael Jordan. And that's okay. He doesn't have to be Kobe to be great. He's great being himself. Stop trying to be Kobe Bryant. Pass the goddamn ball. We want to blame Mike Brown? Okay, he deserves some blame. Let me ask everybody this. Was Mike Brown the coach of the Knicks last year? Last year in the playoffs when the same BS was happening? Like, Tom Thibodeau was the scapegoat last year, and he should have been. And if the Knicks, I still think they'll win this series. I do think that they'll beat the Hawks. I don't think the season's over by any stretch of the imagination. But if they lose this series, Mike Brown's going to be the scapegoat. And this is like we talk about in the NFL, right, with the Bills and the Ravens. You're never firing the MVP quarterback. You're never trading Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. Like, the Knicks are never going to trade Jalen Brunson if they lose this first-round series. He could go 0 for 69 in every game, and they're still not going to trade him. They'll fire Mike Brown. But you know what? Like, we did this once already. We scapegoated a coach already. They're going to do it again? Like, that's what this is? We're scapegoating the coach again? Last I checked, same players. Same players. At what point is it their fault? At what point do we start blaming them? Even while acknowledging that Mike Brown made some harebrained, insane decisions in this game, at what point do we blame the players? They scored 15 points in the fourth quarter against Atlanta. And, like, I say that kind of dismissively, you know. And, like, this is what pisses me off, because I said for weeks leading up to the first round, what the Knicks should do is try and get the 4 seed, right? so they could play Detroit in round 2 instead of Boston. And as it turned out, like, the Cleveland Cavaliers right now are basically like they're in St. Bart's instead of playing the Toronto Raptors. They're on vacation. Like, these games aren't even happening against the Raptors. Jamal Shed is starting for Toronto because Quickly's hurt. He can't score. Brandon Ingram, like, you want to talk about someone who looks like he hits the bong 24/7. Brandon Ingram can't make a shot. Are these games actually happening? Or is this like it's like a 2K and you simulate it to the end of the series and Cleveland wins? Like, the Cavaliers have a first-round bye while the Knicks are now in a knockout, drag-out fight against the Atlanta Hawks. Who could have predicted it? Oh, me. I said it. I said it. The whole thing's infuriating.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
And they stay there. And they stay there. Up, down, up, down. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's all he does is win. That's all Michael Montgomery does, our video producer, Monty. We're going to get to our Let's Go Streaking segment in about 15 minutes from now, where we all try to correctly pick just one player to get a hit tonight in the Major League Baseball slate. And this will be the 10th edition. We started it 2 weeks ago, and our video producer, Monty, is a perfect 9 for 9. So can the streak reach double digits tonight? We will find out. Brad, until then, let's talk some more football, shall we? We broke down the reports over the weekend. Adam Schefter saying that an A.J. Brown trade to the Patriots is likely. And the guy that's basically the mouthpiece for the NFL, I don't think he's putting that out there unless these two sides have talked and basically had a handshake deal of what the compensation is going to look like. It's probably going to be a future first-round pick in 2027 or 2028. And so we'll take your phone calls on that, 310-840-4910. Really quick, we do have a general draft question that has come in here, Brad, because you can call the show. You can also text the show. And so Ryan from Pensacola has texted in, any idea on who the Saints are looking at? Hope they get Tyler Shuck a weapon to make them a threat in the division. Thanks, guys. You got it, Ryan. We actually predicted the first 8 picks of the NFL draft yesterday. And so the New Orleans Saints was the last team that we did. And we're going to do picks 9 through 16 today, predicting what every team is going to do, drafting a player, which player it'll be, or a trade. And I think there's going to be some crazy trades that go down 48 hours from now. But Brad, New Orleans Saints, we gave it out yesterday. Would you like to share who you predicted the Saints are going to draft first? Or would you rather me go and maybe break Ryan's heart?
I will go ahead and not break his heart, so I'll go first. I projected that they're going to take wide receiver out of Arizona State, Jordan Tyson, with the 8th overall selection. A lot of smoke bellowing outside of kind of near where Pat is in northern New Jersey with his beloved New York Giants. They want Tyson. They made it pretty well known, according to a number of insiders, at number 10 overall, but I don't think he's going to be there. I think the New Orleans Saints, the fleur-de-lis, is going to undercut the G-men and get a WR2 who is going to flirt with WR1 tendencies next to Chris Olave in this offense. Get that added weapon for Tyler Shuck. and it could be gangbusters. They've got Travis Etienne now at running back, so they have, shored up that area of need so far this offseason. They could really use another vertical threat in Jordan Tyson, man. His pro day workout was sensational, making leaping, almost acrobatic catches, showing the explosivity, showing the agility, just winning time and time again. As long as he can stay healthy, there are health concerns with him, especially with the lower body. But if he can remain upright, he's a guy that can make a cannonball splash in year number one. Now, a lot of mock drafters out there have Ruben Bain possibly going to Nollins at number 8 overall, but I could see Bain slipping in this draft with the off-the-field stuff and the measurables and the T-Rex arms that he has. But Jordan Tyson, to me, I think would be a steal of a deal for New Orleans at number 8, because if they want him, they're going to have to draft him there. Otherwise, the New York Giants, your New York Giants, Pat, will grab Tyson at 10, and I know you desperately want that to happen, and may explain why you're going a different direction than I am at number 8 with New Orleans.
Yeah, look, I mean, and it also is receiver for the Saints is a clear-cut need. Don't get me wrong. They need a number 1 outside of Chris Olave. You mentioned it, the young guys that were often injured last year, Devon Vele, Mason Tipton, Bub Means. Get somebody like Jordan Tyson, and he ends up being a stud, 6'2", big body, big target for Tyler Shuck. Yeah, I can absolutely see it. And I think the Ruben Bain thing is a possibility as well. I just think that one of the big losses for them in free agency that they didn't really fill was their slot corner, Alante Taylor. And last year, the Saints secondary was a problem. Kool-Aid McKinstry held it down at the 1 corner position. But outside of that, they really have nobody to write home about on the other side here. Their 4th-round draft pick, Quincy Riley, last year, he had some ups, he had some downs. And I think that, again, I think that for a team that plays a lot of nickel, a team that played that, with how the game has evolved, you can never have too many good corners. And I think Mansour Delane, whether they play him on the outside or they move him to the slot, he could play that star, nickel corner, slot corner position because he was very versatile in his time at LSU. I think that's somebody that the Saints could look at and say, hey, we want to make sure that this defense is back to where it used to be. And I think Mansour Delane has gotten a lot of talk. He's climbed inside the top 10 for a lot of mock drafts. And so I think that that's where the Saints could absolutely go before addressing the receiver position in the later rounds. So, Ryan, we appreciate it. Brad thinks receiver, which is what you want. I think corner, Mansour Delane from LSU, but we will see 48 hours from now. 310-840-4910. All right, Brad, before we get to this Sixers-Celtics game, I want to talk about the other big news off the field of today, and that's our guy Mike Tomlin joining Sunday Night Football for their broadcast team this year. He will join Football Night in America, so not going in the booth calling games, but he'll be a part of that studio crew with Maria Taylor and Mike Florio, and correct me if I'm wrong. Is Tony Dungy coming back, or is he kind of filling the void left by Tony Dungy?
He's out. Yeah, he's out.
Yeah, so Mike Tomlin is essentially replacing Tony Dungy. And look, I can't wait to see Mike Tomlin in a studio role as a broadcaster, right? Because he was chock full of phenomenal quotes, and the standard is the standard, and all these Tomlinisms that we got when he was a coach. And now we get to see him kind of, lay loose a little bit, show even more of that personality. I think this is a huge boost for a broadcast crew, for a studio crew that was kind of lacking that pizzazz. No offense to Tony Dungy. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a legend. But at a certain point, everybody's got their expiration date. So I cannot wait to watch Tomlin on Sunday Night Football and how he breaks down film, what he talks about with the game and the players, and just to hear him let loose. I can't wait for it. I think it's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I think he's going to be an amazing addition to the Sunday Night Football broadcast. He's a guy who's going to chop it up. I think he's going to be direct and honest. And his bluntness, I think, is going to be quite refreshing. We're going to see how it plays out ultimately, but he is going to bring some energy. He is going to bring some spice, some flavor to that broadcast overall. And, of course, just a legendary amount of experience that he's accumulated in his coaching career. Winning a Super Bowl. I mean, the guy was in P-Town for an eternity and has seen literally, it seems like, everything imaginable. So he's going to be able to break down the film. He's going to deliver it with a little thump. And again, he's just going to be direct and to the point, and that's what I love. That transparency and honesty is genuine, it's authentic, and it's something that's affable in a way. And I think it's really going to gravitate and resonate quite well with the viewers that are turning in to the broadcast before the Sunday Night Football matchup. So bravo to NBC, the Peacock, getting it done, really spreading their wings here in that tail feather with the acquisition of Mike Tomlin. I think he is, again, a massive upgrade to that broadcast overall, and really sorely needed.
Yeah, and they didn't get it done last night, putting that freaking timeout on that score bug of that Knicks game, driving me through a freaking wall, thinking that Mike Brown just completely choked and didn't call a timeout that he had. But for the most part, they do a fantastic job all around. All right, so really quickly, we got a couple minutes. You got Celtics Sixers coming up at the top of the hour. Blazers Spurs in an hour and a half from now. Lakers Rockets 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Brad, do you know what time?
Jeez.
I was up. I stayed up for the end of the hockey games, which both ended before the T-Wolves Nuggets game finished. Do you have any idea what time that Nuggets T-Wolves game ended last night?
Eastern time, I'm going to say 1:36 a.m. on the dot.
It was a little sooner than that. It was about 1:20 a.m. Eastern when that game finally finished. I mean, why are we doing... Why are you putting... So this is the way NBC and Peacock is doing it. They're going to put I think they're putting the Sixers and the Celtics on Peacock, and then they'll have on national TV Spurs Blazers, and then on national TV following that, it'll be Lakers Rockets. Why not have Lakers Rockets on national TV? Why not have Sixers Celtics? And if you want Spurs Blazers to be national TV, make that game 7, make the Lakers Rockets tentatively 9:30, and put the Sixers and Celtics game 8 o'clock on just the Peacock app. I don't get it. Why are we starting a playoff game at 10:30? Because even if the game before that, the Spurs Blazers, ends early or on time, the NBA, the way they do it, it's 10:30 start time means 10:42, 10:43. And last night, that T-Wolves Nuggets game didn't start until about 10:55, 11 o'clock. What are we doing? Wow. I know that it's the West Coast, but Houston's only an hour behind. Minnesota's only an hour behind. That game didn't end locally in Minneapolis till after midnight. We got to have better start times in the playoffs. All right, I digress. Whatever. All right. Celtics, Sixers, game 2.
I totally agree.
Boston, a massive favorite. 14.5 points. Joel Embiid still recovering from his appendix bursting and rupturing a couple of days before the regular season ended. He's ruled out. No idea if he's going to be able to come back before this series ends. So can Philly rebound and show some spine after they got smacked in the mouth on Saturday, getting down double digits almost immediately? They hit 4 threes in the game on Saturday, and Boston beat the you-know-what out of them by 32 points. Brad, I'm just going to say it. I'll expand on it. Yeah, I know if you have a play here, I'll let you get to it right now. I just think the Sixers find a way to keep this game close, and I'll expand on it. But what do you like? What do you like in this Sixers-Celtics game tonight?
Well, I kind of hope that is the case, because that means this individual is going to play the full complement of minutes. I need like 30 plus, 35 plus at a minimum for this one to cash. Give me Jason Tatum. Might have heard of him. I'll take the over on 9.5 rebounds. A little bit heavier juice there to minus 135 currently at BetMGM. But I like it. Now, he had 11 boards in game number 1. And again, all I need is 10 to cash here. And you look at Philadelphia last 15 games of the regular season, they allowed the 6th most opponent rebounds per game at 47 flat. So wax that glass, Jason Tatum, and to get the double figures in the rebounds category. And again, I cash in on that over 9.5 rebounds at minus 135. And I think you're on to something, just to piggyback on what your gut is telling you. With the spread in double figures, I think Philadelphia will find a way to be competitive in this game. If I had a play, it would be on the Sixers plus the points. I might be insane in the membrane, but I do feel that Philly will hang tough.
Yeah, and that's what I think as well. And look, this is mainly just going towards the trends in the history here, because otherwise there is no way to accurately portray why Boston does this, but they often do this, right? They just kind of screw around. They FAFO. They bleep around and find out. Even for a game, like, all right, they sized up Philly. They took it to them in game one. They know that they can kind of roll out of bed and just sweep them. And it's like, all right, for a Boston team that only had Tatum come back a couple of weeks before the season end, why would they mess around? Why wouldn't they want to sweep and be rested and prepared to face either the Knicks or the Hawks in the second round and get Tatum more and more close to 100%? I don't know, but this is what the Celtics do. Every year in one series or more, they screw around in game two. They are 1-3-1 against the spread under Joe Mazzulla in game twos after they win and cover in game one. So they've only covered once, 1 out of 5 times. It's a big spread, even for a playoff game. And I know games in the NBA can get away early, especially if one team's hitting their threes and one team isn't. But that's kind of what happened in game one, right? I mean, the Sixers hit 4 threes, and they're not a big three-point shooting team anyway. But when you go 4 for 23, you're not doing yourself any favors. And we know the Celtics are going to shoot about 45 of them, and they only hit 36%, but they out-rebounded Philly. They had basically half the amount of turnovers. I'm just more or so or less expecting the Sixers to have a much better game plan and at least keep this to about 9 to 10 points, right? There isn't going to be that massive landslide run in the first quarter that puts it out of reach immediately. There's not going to be that massive landslide run coming out of the second half that puts it out of reach immediately. I think Tyrese Maxey steps up and is a lot better than he was in game one. I think you get those role players like Kelly Oubre, who plays a lot better. He didn't hit a single three. It just comes down to, can they hit some shots tonight at a much better, just a remotely better clip than they did the other night? I think so. And then, so Brad, I like the Sixers to cover, and I like one other play here. The rookie VJ Edgecombe, over 5.5 rebounds. This is a kid that just, look, I mean, he didn't shoot the ball well either in game one. He had 13 points, but he only had 3 rebounds. And if there's anything you could tell a young 20-year-old with all the bounce in the world to just go out and give you max effort, max intensity, it's grabbing rebounds. And it's making sure they don't get crushed on the offensive glass. Because VJ Edgecombe had 11 rebounds in the win against the Magic in the play-in tournament game. And he's capable of getting double digits. And I think he's capable of out-rebounding Tatum or Jaylen Brown if the ball doesn't fall right to him, out-hustling them. Using his athleticism, rise up and grab those contested rebounds. So I think VJ Edgecombe brings the intensity tonight for Philly. He goes over his rebounds, and I think the Sixers keep this one close. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. When we come back, it'll be time to go streaking. Can Monty make it a perfect 10 for 10? And can the boys go perfect baby. 5 for 5 like we did last night? That's coming up next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Is there right now a rivalry that is better and more entertaining than the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Denver Nuggets? This is right now the single best rivalry in all of sports. I understand that it doesn't have the history of like Yankees Red Sox. I get it. I know that like the Bills and Chiefs in the Allen Mahomes era have played a lot of like playoff games against each other. I understand. We had Brady versus Manning. I get it. But team v team right now, the most intense, the most vitriolic, the most edgy, and the most evenly matched rivalry in sports is this one with the Nuggets and Timberwolves. In an era of sports where everything is sanitized and players hug each other after games, right? And I know I'm sounding like an old man again here. And everyone's buddy-buddy, and LeBron and company are on the banana boat in the offseason. You know what we could use? some good old-fashioned hatred. Take a listen to what Minnesota Timberwolves forward Jaden McDaniels had to say last night after the game about the Denver Nuggets' defensive prowess or lack thereof.
Go out for Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Like, just go at them.
They're all bad defenders.
Yeah, they're all bad defenders.
You have, like Knicks fans, for example, trying to turn C.J. McCollum into a villain, right? It's manufactured. It's not real. This is real. They hate each other. Did you see Anthony Edwards and Jokic getting into it at the end of the game, shoving each other with a couple minutes to play? Do you remember a couple years ago that epic 7-game series with Minnesota winning the first 2 in Denver, Denver winning the next 3, including 2 in Minnesota, Wolves blowing them out in Game 6, and then a huge comeback in Game 7 to knock the Nuggets out, ending Denver's bid to repeat as NBA champions? Do you understand that in the last 30 games these two teams have played against each other, including playoffs, 15 wins apiece for each? And out of any series in the NBA playoffs, it's not even close. This has been the best one. Minnesota and Denver. So you can take the Iron Bowl. You can take the big game. You can take Steelers, Ravens. You can take Yankees, Red Sox. Whatever rivalry you want to throw out there, you can have it. If I can watch one big game between rivals in all of sports, I want to see Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
I believe that they will. And this is not Met fan Sal. Like, I hate that. Yeah, I'm the optimist. I mean, come on, please. There's nobody. I'll rip everybody whenever need be. I'm going to give them. I could be proven wrong. It has happened before. I believed in the way that David Stearns built this team coming into the year. I'm not getting away from that after 22 games, even with an embarrassing 11 straight losses. Soto coming back whenever that may be, tonight or tomorrow. McClain on the mound tonight. A soft schedule at home. If they don't go minimum 6-3, then I will put the fork in the 2026 New York Mets. I know it sounds asinine or impossible to see right now. Same way it was in 2024 when they turned that season around. I thought they were left for dead. 100% in my mind. I never thought they'd see 500 again. I still believe this team will turn it around at least to a respectable level. Starting tonight, they'll have a good homestand. And they may not be a very good team overall all year, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as this, and I don't think they're going to bottom out.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We got some tweets that we'll get to in a little bit. We've also got our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, joining us in just over 10 minutes. We finally get to ask him about playoff games. We talk to him every week during the season, and now it's here. We've got a couple of days of data already. Can't wait to talk to Nick. But first, our friends at BetMGM want you to know this. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token to get things started and all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your odds boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Okay, it's time. Can Monty make it a perfect 10? And can the boys all hit and go around the horn like we did last night? Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
All right, premise of the game, we all go around the room. Everybody on the crew just picks one player in the games that have not started yet. Just one player to get a hit. Can you correctly pick one player to get a hit? Just a test of ball knowledge. And then if you're feeling frisky, you can parlay them together at our friends on BetMGM and see what you get. Last night, we cashed a plus 356 parlay. And last week, PJ Glasser filled in for Brad most of the week. He's 5 for 5. And we're all on a multi-streak. I've picked 2 in a row correctly. I'm 7 for 9. Brad has picked 3 in a row correctly. He's 3 for 4. He was on vacay last week. Combs has picked 3 in a row correctly. He's 5 for 9. And then the Magic Man, who we'll get to, Michael Montgomery, our video producer, a perfect 9 for 9. Brad, start us off, brother. You're the owner of the second or the third biggest streak here on the show. Who are you rolling with tonight?
Yeah, let's go with the Great Northwest and the land of Sasquatches. And a guy I think is going to swing a big stick is Randy Rosarena. I like to roll the N. I know it's a Rosarena, but Rena, little exclamation point on that pronunciation. Taking on the Athletics. I think he splits a gap and smacks one in the outfield. Miguel Rojas won one for me last night. Rosarena, 2 for 2 lifetime against the A's Jacob Lopez, who is a left-handed pitcher, and he is teed off against southpaw pitching this season. 7-19, that's a 368 batting average, over 1,000 OPS against LHPs. He's gotten a hit in 5 of his last 7 games, so he's only batting .255 at home. So give me Seattle's Randy Rosarena to get a hit and extend my streak to 4.
I'm also going with a Mariner. I'm going against Jacob Lopez. Give me the big dumper. Boop, boop, boop. Back it up. Back up the hit truck, Cal Raleigh. Now, look, he normally hits lefties very well. Last year when he hit his 60 bombs, he did a lot of the damage off lefties. He's only 2 for 23 against lefties this year. I'm more so going off of the career. 2 at-bats against Jacob Lopez, 2 dongs. Took him deep both times. I don't even need a home run. Just get me a hit, big dumper. I'm going Cal Raleigh. Our guest pick is the Glass Man, PJ Glasser. He's 5 for 5. He's going with Kansas City's Bobby Witt against the Baltimore Orioles tonight. Turn it over to our producer, Brandon Combs. Combs, you've on a 3-game hit streak. Who you going with tonight?
Not only does Monty's batter-box.com tell me that Jackson Merrill has an elite rating, but his numbers tell me that he has an elite rating. In 24 games against the Rockies in his career, a 350 average with 30 hits and 6 home runs against the Rockies, including 4 hits in 4 games this year. So I love Jackson Merrill tonight. Give me Jackson.
Yeah, why don't you get his website correct? Batters-box.com. And here he is, the Magic Man himself. Perfect 9 for 9. Can he get it to 10 in a row? Monty, who is the gentleman that's going to get a hit tonight?
Hopefully it's Nick Kurtz against the Mariners, going back to that game you guys are in. He's got the second highest matchup rating on my site, batters-box.com, batters-box.com, whatever you want, interchangeable. Just get it in there and you'll go to the right place. He's one of 2 players today that has an elite rating for WOBA, ISO, and hard contact. It's a plus matchup in all those categories against Luis Castillo. In 64 games with an elite rating, Kurtz is getting a hit 67% of the time, and he's done it in 4 straight. So I like the trends. And Kurtz kind of started slow, but he's hitting 294 in the last 15 days with a 74% hard hit rate and average exit velocity over 100 miles an hour. So a lot of numbers, a lot of trends pointing that Kurtz does well tonight.
Kurtz so good, baby. Kurtz so good. Can Nick Kurtz keep the perfect streak going from Michael Montgomery, our buddy Monty? We'll find out. We'll keep you posted throughout those games throughout the show. But coming up next, we're going to talk to our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, right here on BetMGM Tonight.
CJ McCollum has played the majority of his career in the Western Conference. He is a good and at points has been a very good player. He is not a great player. So we're just going to take anyone that plays well, and now he's a villain. Like we always need a villain. What is this, Batman? Like Spider-Man? Like, it doesn't have to be like this. Not everything has to be elevated to villain. We don't need a villain. Also, like, he kicked our ass last night. Great job. Like, you really rattled C.J. McCollum as he's hitting dagger after dagger in the fourth quarter as the Hawks come back and win the game. Pathetic. It is pathetic. Pathetic. And I don't even care necessarily about, like, let's all go out on 7th Avenue after we lose and film the social. That's whatever. It's what happens in the Garden that really bothers me. What happens in the Garden that really gets under my skin. Like, save the vitriol for Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum in round 2 if they're fortunate enough to get there. Save it for Cade Cunningham. Save it for Donovan Mitchell. Save it for James Harden. If you're lucky enough to make the finals, save it for SGA, for Chet Holmgren, for J-Dub. Save it for Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray. Save it for Victor Wembanyama and Steph Castle. CJ McCollum? So, like, the Knicks play the Celtics in round 2. If Baylor Shireman scores 25 points, we're going to chant, F you, Baylor, like Art Briles is still the coach? Like, anyone plays well, we're just going to F you to this person. And I'm going to I'll do the old man bit here. I'll tell you what, I love to drop F-bombs all the time in my regular life. Like, enough. Enough. And you don't have to like this part of what I'm saying. I don't care. Imagine, like, you're a dad or a mom, and you want to bring your kid to a playoff game, and you have these idiots at Madison Square Garden, these losers at the Garden who are it's just F, 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 F the whole time. And again, no one loves to curse more than me. And you know that if you follow me on social, if you've listened to me in the past, watched me throughout my career. I love to curse. Enough. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. F Trae Young. Really? F you, CJ. Are we losers? Yes, right? I get it now. I have said on this show for years, and that's the other thing, right? Like, it was one thing, and I'm really just feeling this way now. I have actually defended the conduct of the Knicks fan for years now since they've been good. For years. You've been out of the playoffs so long. Yeah, get excited when you win one playoff game. I understand. Do you want a chance? We want Boston? I get it. I'm not going to get really that upset about it. I understand. It's now reached the point where the Knicks win 50 games basically every season with this core, right? They haven't won a championship, but they're in the playoffs every year. It's time to start acting like you've been there before. It's time to start acting like you belong in the postseason. F Trae Young. He's on the Wizards. F CJ McCollum, because he scores 30 points, one of the nicest guys in the league. It is pathetic, loser, embarrassing energy. This is an embarrassing fan base. And there's no defending it anymore. There's no defending this. We're behaving like we haven't been to the playoffs in 30 years. We were in the Eastern Conference Final last year. Grow up. You're embarrassing us. We're the New York Knicks. start acting like it.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, day number 4 of the NBA playoffs starts in about 10 minutes from now. Game 2 between the Celtics and the Sixers. We got Spurs Blazers in an hour, and then Rockets Lakers coming up late night tonight. Will Kevin Durant be playing? That's the big question to ask, but also plenty to take away from the first couple of days of the postseason. And so on the line now is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nick, what's going on, brother? We don't have to speculate anymore, man. These first 3 days of the postseason have been phenomenal. How you doing?
Pat, it's a reminder that the NBA, for as much as it gets upon by a vast number of people these days, it's still pretty awesome. And when the level of play has this much intensity within it, as you said, the playoffs are just completely different. And I'm sitting here watching every night going, this is what I remember. This is pretty cool. So to see it these last few days, I know there have been some clunkers, but more often than not, most of these games are compelling. These dudes are giving everything they have. And for all the people that are ready to write off the NBA completely, it's a good reminder to throw on one of these games and you'll probably be entertained.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, it was entertaining, I guess, to watch my Knicks blow a 14-point lead last night. And, they've turned C.J. McCollum into the latest MSG villain. He kicked Brunson in the Raisins in Game 1, then he goes for 32 points in last night's win. But what the heck happened with NBC Sports / Peacock Scorebug for the first 5-10 minutes after the game ended, Nick? I thought Mike Brown didn't call a timeout when they had one. Right after I signed off the air, I found out they didn't have one and that the scoreboard incorrectly showed that they did. So that was a whirlwind. But, look, who would you blame for last night's collapse? Is it the head coach, Mike Brown, for running out a rotation in the second and the fourth quarter that the Knicks barely freaking used all year and letting Atlanta back in the game? Is it Jalen Brunson ball hogging in the fourth quarter and not hitting his shots? Josh Hart, who's the best coast-to-coast driver to the bucket in the league, and he passes it off to Mikal Bridges instead for a long 2 in the final seconds. Who gets the blame for you in the Knicks' loss? And do you think last night's collapse will come back to haunt him?
Pat, lucky for you and all the Knicks fans out there, I don't. I think the Knicks are still a little bit better than the Hawks. It was a bad loss. It was a meltdown, but they have what they need in this series to get by. Specific to the question about who's to blame, my first inclination in hearing the options is everybody, because when you have that kind of meltdown late, you're always going to be like, well, how the hell did this happen? It shouldn't have happened. I tend to lean towards, if you're trying to pick one person, though, to Mike Brown, because all anybody said and did always in the last year was, whoever they get in here, they need to use a little bit more than Tibbs did. And that was such a selling point on, there's got to be a change at the coaching position. And then here it is. And Mike's using all these guys a ton of minutes. So I think it is something that they can learn from. I'm still not buying that Atlanta, who has not had a lot of experience together and not have a lot of experience in these type of games, is going to run all the way through this series. But you at least plant the seeds of doubt when something like that happens. And if you're the Knicks, game 3 is important now. And you mentioned Brunson. Stars win in the playoffs and stars can lose. I mean, he's got to get people more involved, but he's got to be the guy that sets the tone and delivers in game 3. I think he will. I think they're going to sit and watch that tape and be sick to themselves. But I still expect the Knicks to come out on top here.
Yeah, relax, Pat. Nick has totally got your back. Your beloveds are going to come around in short order, so take a chill pill, my man. Nick, let's talk about the other big news that came down earlier today as Billy Donovan stepped down as Chicago Bulls head coach. Once thought to be in the North Carolina head coaching conversation, he's now on the open market. What is Donovan's next move, in your opinion? Is he going to take the year off, maybe do some media? Is he going to be an NBA coach somewhere else? Is he going to maybe get a front office gig in the NBA or possibly return to the college basketball ranks? And on top of that, who's the next likely target for the Chicago Bulls as their next head coach? Is it possibly Duke's John Shire? Could he be on the list?
Well, let's start with Billy, because my first thought when that news finally came down, Brad, was, oh, man, did he just do the Bulls a big favor? Because the last thing the Bulls needed was, hey, we're going to tear up our entire front office. But, guys, guess what? You're going to have Billy Donovan as your coach. I mean, that was a recipe for disaster, and it's one that makes sense because the Bulls have been run so poorly for so long. So as far as that's concerned with Donovan, he really helped them. My next thought was, when I saw that, okay, well, Billy thinks he's going to get one of these jobs that's going to come open. And the job that he's been linked towards, at least in the rumor mill in the league, is the Magic. Now, I don't think the Magic are making a change if they actually get through this Detroit series, and we haven't gotten there yet, but that was a hell of a win in game 1 to go into Detroit and knock them out. So let's see how that thing plays out, but that's the job it feels like he has at least an eye on, depending on what happens the next few weeks. Specific to Shire and the Bulls, I mean, he's from the Highland Park area, which is a suburb in Chicago. It makes plenty of sense. It would surprise me, though, if he made that jump this quickly, because he's still trying to get his feet under him at Duke. They got a ton of money pouring into that program. The Bulls are years away from being able to do anything. I think they're going to have some interesting possibilities there. But if it's me, Brad, you're going with a younger coach, not Shire, and you're saying, okay, we can build with you as we attempt to redo this roster, because they have so many holes and such a lack of talent that's going to get them places. It's going to take somebody to be really patient with whatever happens there.
Yeah, cherry on top of the Sunday, Duke locked in John Blackwell, arguably the top player in the transfer portal, formerly of the University of Wisconsin. So it might be another reason why John Shire stays there in Durham. Nick, let's focus on one of the other games going down tonight. Houston and the LA Lakers. Houston has an excellent chance of evening up the series against the Lake Show for one massive reason. Kevin Durant, assuming that he plays. A future Hall of Famer was absent in game 1, but a lot of indications suggesting he's going to be back in action tonight. What's the latest on KD? And with him possibly on the floor, what's your assessment of tonight's matchup inside crypto with the Lake Show down Reeves and Luka Doncic? So what's your overall take as well on the series? So give us the latest on Kevin Durant and your gut feel of the action tonight in the series overall.
Brad, as far as KD goes, I'd be surprised if he wasn't out there. I saw some of the reports coming out of LA. You start talking to people around the league, and they're like, all right, well, if he doesn't play, then you got a bigger problem because something's really going on with that knee. So I would expect to see him there, but until he walks out there for warm-ups, there's going to be some uneasiness. to the larger point about the Rockets, guys, if they don't win this game with Kevin back feeling like he's going to be ready to go, all the people around the NBA that were like, man, the Rockets, what the hell's going on with them? They don't look like they're running really smoothly. I know they had some success at the end of the year. I watched them a few times, though, and it just felt like the chemistry wasn't where it needed to be to make a run. I absolutely still believe they're going to win this series. I think the Lakers are just too banged up. But if you lose another game to LeBron and these other pieces who are just trying to do what they can to get by right now, if you're Houston, you're sitting in that locker room going, what is our problem? We can't get by this team. So I think this is a big emotional game for Houston. I would expect them to win tonight. I would expect Kevin, being Kevin, to go out and put on a good performance, even though that knee's got to be hurting. If they don't, guys, by the time we talk next week, because there is no reason, even as flawed as this team is, they shouldn't be able to get past this version of the Lakers.
We're talking to our Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, Jalen Duren vowed to be more aggressive after he took just 4 shots in the Game 1 loss on Sunday night for Detroit. You hinted at it earlier with the Orlando Magic. And not only that, I thought he was pretty mediocre defensively as well in that game. Pistons in an 0-1 hole with Game 2 tomorrow night. Does it have to be Jalen Duren that steps up? Or do you think it's got to be somebody else who has to be that second guy on Detroit? Because Cade Cunningham scored 39 points on Sunday, and they still lost by double digits at home.
Pat, I tell you, it better be Duren. They need somebody to fill that gap. And if it's not him, I don't know who the other answer is. But I'd go back to something the three of us have said for months, because the question kept coming up, do you believe in Detroit? And they've had a hell of a year, and they have an identity, and they've really played well. But in the playoffs, when the game plan is we are going to stop Cade, or we're going to allow him to have 100 shots and do what he wants and stop everybody else. Well, guess who perfected that in Game 1? The Orlando Magic. You know, everybody thinks they've completely tuned out Jamal Mosley, and certainly there are problems there, but they were running through that game plan pretty solidly. That was clear. So when you're watching them, you're looking at a team that knows what it wants to do. If it's not Duren, I mean, Dennis Jenkins, I don't know where the answer is for the Pistons, and it's why the Pistons skeptics sat there all year and went, a fun regular season team, a team that's on the horizon as a group that can really get it together. A team that's ready to get through the East this year? No, I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. I would expect them to bounce back in Game 2. But, Pat, the questions that we're going through with Detroit are the same ones that are coming the next few weeks, even if they get past Orlando. I'd only throw this on as a caveat with the Magic. So many people wrote them off. The head coaching change is coming. This team, to me, is better than what they showed at times in the regular season. Does that mean they get all the way through the first round? We'll see. But they have a lot of talent, and they have got a lot of guys in that room who have been listening to, you guys just aren't that good. When you have that mix and you have a motivation against a team that really, truly only has one mega offensive weapon, you give yourself at least the possibility that you can really finish off this upset.
Oh, yeah, good stuff there. Now, Nick, let's go to the Western Conference and talk about a team that you were singing the praises of before the playoffs began. I want to gauge your temperature now, and that's the Denver Nuggets. They blew a double-figure lead late last night against Minnesota inside Ball Arena, with the series now even up at a game apiece heading back to Minneapolis for Game 3. What are the biggest keys in estimation for the Nuggets to get the series advantage once again? Where they got to step up most, and who outside of Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray must rise to the occasion, or have it changed your point of view? And do you see the direction favoring the T-Wolves? So give us your thoughts on Nuggets and T-Wolves, por favor.
Brad, I think the biggest key to me is when you watch that game, especially late in the fourth quarter, like they just can't score. You're watching the last few minutes, and it was like a straight up lid on that basket. Denver could not find its way. I know that there's going to be even more focus on Jokic and Murray, as you mentioned, and there should be, because when you lose at home, the way in which they lost, you go back to your stars. I look at a guy like Cam Johnson and I go, okay, what's up? Because if you're trying to find some other spark somewhere, the reason that you made the move to get that guy was in moments of time where, hey, we're going to kick it out to you. You're going to get these looks. We need some help. And when you look at Denver, I still believe they're going to win this series. I still believe, and the reason why is because Jokic is just a little bit better. But don't give Ant Edwards and that group momentum. I mean, not only did they lose, guys, the way in which they lose, I think, is always crucial in the playoffs. You can have a meltdown. We were talking about the Knicks earlier, but when you allow a team in your building to come back in that way, that can carry over sometimes game to game. And what I'll be curious about if you're Minnesota is winning the way they did, and then to have the comments that came out with, hey, Denver doesn't play defense. I mean, what if you're Denver, you don't have another moment in time where you need to stand up as a group and say, all right, we're not going to let this happen. I think they are tough enough to deal with what's coming their way. But for as much focus as there's going to be on the guys besides the stars, I'm looking at game 3 and I'm thinking to myself, if it were me, I would load up on every Jokic number there is, because I think he is going to have a monster game when they need him the most.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, and look, and he's been the facilitator. He had identical score lines in the first half of both of the first 2 games. 6.7 assists at half in game 1, 6.7 assists at half in game 2. He went off in the third quarter, but by that point, Minnesota had already come back. You know, they blew a 19-point lead, and Nick, I'm sure you remember game 7 a couple of years ago in the second round. Minnesota came from 20 points down in game 7 on the road in Denver to beat them, so that was stunning. So, yeah, they definitely have, it's a bit of their kryptonite. We're talking with Nick Friedel here, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, for another couple of minutes here on BetMGM tonight. Nick, finally, you know the Warriors better than just about anybody, and I know it was a sad ending on Friday night, but Draymond's comments regarding Steve Kerr have still made this team a big talking point here a few days into the postseason. Draymond Green on his podcast said, quote, "You want my opinion? I think not. Just because it feels like that, it feels like that was it." End quote. Do you think Steve Kerr is done in the Bay Area? And what other major changes do you see happening this summer for the Dubs? Maybe Billy Donovan in Golden State.
It feels like it's trending that direction, Pat. And what's wild about all of it is, if you had asked me last month what the percentages were, I would have said it was like 70-30 that Kerr was coming back. And if you had asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have told you it was 60-40 he's still coming back. And then after what happened Friday, it was kind of like, all right, well, it feels like it's probably 50-50 at this point, because if you're a coach of a group that long, you don't bring your guys together. Steph and Draymond, for the people who may not have seen the clip, he brought Steph and Draymond together at the end in Phoenix, and he said, hey, I love you guys. I don't know what's going to happen, but I want you to know that. And everybody's hugging each other. And then after the game, we're asking these guys, hey, did you think that was it? And they're kind of like, I don't know. As we sit here right now, it certainly feels like the tides have completely changed, and that it feels like he might be done after all this time. But I would say this. You have to sit down, if you're Steve Kerr, with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, the Warriors brain trust, and you have to say, hey, are we all on the same page? Do we still want to keep moving forward with all this? So that's why I hesitate to say it's all the way gone or he's still coming back, because only he has the answer. I would tell you this, though, Pat, if they make the switch or if Kurt decides, hey, I've had it, I'm done, I'm going to go do something else, there is no better time for the Warriors than to make everything disappear besides basically Steph. It is time to start fresh if you're changing coaches, because the reality coming off that game in Phoenix is they're just not good enough right now as they're constructed to win another title. They have to adjust everything. You're not trading Steph Curry. He's too important to the franchise. He only wants to play for one team in his career. But you can move just about everything else and start over culturally. And when that happens, that's a huge shift for any team. But I think it's the right move for this team in this moment, given the circumstances.
Wow. That would be a massive change indeed. Nick, we appreciate it, brother. Enjoy these games tonight. Enjoy the games every night. And we'll be having some teams with their tickets punched into the second round by the time we chat with you next week, man. So cannot wait. And good luck to your Cubbies.
Guys, it's always a pleasure being with you, and I will take the playoffs anytime we can get it, given what we saw for 6 months.
Damn right. Damn right. There you go. That's our guy, Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. Inside calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. We'll get you our first scoreboard update when we return. We got Canadiens and the Lightning underway. Bruins and the Sabres are about to drop the puck. You got 4 playoff hockey games tonight. You got the Sixers and Celtics underway, and the Blazers and Spurs coming up at the top of the hour. We'll break down that Blazers-Spurs game. Can Portland respond after they got thoroughly outplayed in Game 1? Because you would think big favorite wins in Game 1. Surely they're going to go up 2-0, right? Well, the Knicks not so much. And you never know. You never know the NBA playoffs. And we'll also give you a taste of Rockets-Lakers as we try to find out whether or not Kevin Durant is going to play tonight. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So Nnamdi Madubuike is one of the best defensive tackles in football. He's tremendous. And the Ravens' run defense and defense in general, and remember that Monday night game against the Lions early in the year when the Lions just ran it down their throats with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery? Like, all of that started when Madubuike got hurt, when he hurt his neck. And I have said over the course of this offseason, right, since Baltimore lost week 18 on NBC, we'll tie that in a moment, to the Pittsburgh Steelers on Football Night in America, Sunday Night Football, final game of the season, that this is an important piece for the Ravens, that they need to get this guy back. And the Ravens had spoke at the league meetings and at the combine that they were optimistic that he'd be able to play. Now it feels like he's going to play. He is, I know that the average fan, and I don't mean that to insult the average fan, I am like a 99th percentile fan, and I know all this stuff, both because I love it, also because it's my job. Because you've got a job that you have probably, if you're listening to or watching the show, that doesn't involve like combing through sports stories all day like mine does. It's my job to inform you, right? It's my job to entertain you and to know these things so you can go about your life doing the things that you need to do. I'm in the weeds so you don't have to be. Nnamdi Madubuike is an incredibly important and impactful player to the Baltimore Ravens and will be when he returns to the field. Again, whether that's week 1, 5, 10, 15, 18, I have no idea. He will be a hugely important chess piece for Jesse Minter, the new head coach of the Ravens, and this new defensive scheme. And obviously, it's great that he's going to be able to resume playing because it felt like his career might be over. So very happy for the young man, Nnamdi Madubuike, and this is, if you're a Ravens fan, a huge deal for the Ravens. And I do think, with Jesse Minter now as the coach, with the Steelers and the three-ring circus right now with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy as the co-ringmasters, I like Cincy's offseason. They're hard to trust. The Browns are in the toilet, literally and figuratively. I think the Ravens will be atop the AFC North again this year. And I'm feeling a Ravens-Bills AFC Championship game next January.
I put him at the wheel backer, and I just allow him to flow. You're going to let this guy just get back there, cover up everyone up in front, and he can make play after play, such as his counterpart there, or I should say his teammate, Sonny Styles, at the inside backer position of Ohio State. But all the negativity I'm hearing about the Bain kid, here's a guy that can play 3 technique, but as you mentioned, can set the edge and is a tough dude versus the run. And not just that, I think he's an elite pass rusher. And everyone looks at his size. He's about 6'2" on a good day. Who gives a damn? You remember Dwight Freeney? Do you remember Dwight Freeney, 6-time Pro Bowl? I think Freeney is a Hall of Famer. If not, he probably will be. But there was another guy for the Colts, Robert Mathis. He's the leading career sack leader for the Colts. He was under 6'3". So you can look throughout the history and see guys who were similar size to Bain, and they excel at the NFL level. But Bain is such a violent player. That's what stands out. He's so violent, and he should garner more attention to his athleticism than people are giving. And all this was ankle flexion. What the fudge does that mean? His ankle flex is enough for him to help lead his team to a national title opportunity. The stuff they come up with, the closer we get to the job. His pinky toe is pointing the wrong. Shut the fudge up. Get out of here. Can he ball? When you turn on the film, is he knocking the you-know-what out of the opposing team? Yes.
Every score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. And I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out once again to our guy, Nick Friedel, who's been joining us every week during the NBA season. Love Nick. Can't get enough of his great insight. I feel like he's become one of my friends, Brad, and haven't even met him in person. Yeah. Haven't even met you in person other than doing the show together every night, but we love chatting with Nick. It is a treat every single week. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, before we get you let's get you a scoreboard update, and then we'll break down Blazers, Spurs, and Rockets, Lakers. So far, one game action right now. The Celtics lead the Sixers already out to a decent margin here in the first quarter. 21-13. Boston leads with 4.5 left to go in the first quarter. And the Sixers, they still can't hit any threes. They're 0 for 4 from deep. Leading the way for them is Tyrese Maxey. He's got 5 points. The rookie VJ Edgecombe has 4 points and a rebound. But Boston is already 4 for 9 from deep. Sam Hauser's got 6 points. He's in the starting lineup. And Jason Tatum's got 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a double-digit lead already for Boston. Brad, need I remind you, Jason Tatum tore his Achilles last May against my New York Knicks, and he is doing this kind of stuff since he's come back a month ago. It doesn't cease to amaze me how great he's been immediately since coming back to the lineup, and now he's already got 4 rebounds. So it's looking pretty damn good for you.
Oh, yeah. I had the over on 9.5 rebounds. If you tuned in earlier in the show, grabbing at a minus 135 juice as a result. Very much on pace, and he's a medical marvel. It is astounding what he's been able to achieve. It's like he hasn't skipped a beat at all. We were talking about when he returned to action, how long it was going to take for him to get up to like 30 minutes in a game. And we're like saying, it's probably going to be like 2.5, 3 weeks. No, it took 2 games, and he was back at like full strength. It is mind-blowing what Jason Tatum has done and his return from a devastating injury. And again, we just look at modern medicine. Science! It's awesome!
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the ice right now, the Tampa Bay Lightning have already jumped out to a 1-0 lead over the Canadiens. That was a hell of a game back on Sunday with the Habs winning that one in OT. Well, Tampa Bay has answered back. Brandon Hagel just scored a couple of minutes ago with assists to Jake Getzel and Eric Chernak. And the Lightning looking to even this series up at a game apiece out to an early lead. So there's your NBA playoff update. There's your Stanley Cup playoff update. And now this from our friends at BetMGM. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. All right, Brad, so 2 more games here coming tonight. One that's going to start in about a half hour from now. Game 2 in the Lone Star State. San Antonio, Wemby and the Spurs, after a 111-98 win in Game 1 over the Blazers, can they follow it up with an equally dominant performance here in Game 2? I thought this team, the Spurs team, again, they're playing another team that has not a lot of playoff experience collectively. Right? Portland's got Drew Holiday. They've got Jeremy Grant. They've got big Robert Williams. But for the most part, Denny Avdia, Toumani Camara, Donovan Clingan. I mean, he knows what it's like to win in March Madness, but unfortunately, not so much in the playoffs. So these are 2 inexperienced teams, and you just saw a really scrappy battle that, was kind of a slower pace, was really physical, not a lot of free throws considering how physical that game was on Sunday night. I was like, whoa, these guys, they're really letting them play. But, for the most part, Victor Wembanyama, first unanimous NBA Defensive Player of the Year, and he only had 2 blocks, which is small for him. He didn't have a steal. He only had 5 rebounds, but how about 35 points and hitting 5 out of 6 from deep? So Wemby showed off the offensive skills, and for Portland, Scoot Henderson and Denny Avdia combined for more than half their points. They need somebody else to step up. So, Brad, anything you like in this game here as you got the Spurs trying to take a commanding 2-0 lead?
Yeah, I hope Victor Wembanyama stays ultra efficient, and I hope he doesn't dish the rock as a result. So I'm going to live in a land down under on 2.5 assists. I know it's a small number, but a little seduced by the juice at plus 125 on that number. I only had 1 dime in game number 1. And you look at Portland over the last 15 regular season games, they allowed the 3rd fewest assists per game. So that trend has been a friend for those that are fading some of the assist market to the opposition, including the San Antonio Spurs there in game 1 with Wembanyama. They're only getting up 24 assists per game again in their last 15 contests. Wemby has gone under 2.5 assists in 3 of his last 4. Now, normally he's a stat sheet stuffer across the board. Certainly can do it in blocks. Certainly going to do it with the points. Certainly do it with the boards. But in this instance, I don't think it does a whole lot of distribution because of his efficiency scoring the rock. So Victor Wembanyama under 2.5 assists plus 125, bar none. My favorite play in game numero dos between the Blazers and Spurs.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the other star on the other team. Give me Denny Avdia. I think he's probably going to score a bunch again in this game because they need him to. But you would think that Portland was able to at least stay somewhat in striking distance of this game. You know, again, the Spurs built a double-digit lead late in the second quarter, and then early third quarter was a one-possession game. But then the Spurs blew it open. They were up by 20 with 9 to go in the fourth quarter, and they were able to keep Portland at arm's length the rest of the way. But part of the reason why, Portland even had a remote chance was because of Denny Avdia just going after the bucket and attacking like he did all season long, and like we saw him do in the play-in tournament, getting downhill despite Wemby being in the game. And when Wemby's off the floor, Denny Avdia, he doesn't have a 7'5" behemoth standing in his way. But I think San Antonio's going to try to take away him scoring the basketball at all costs. And if that means, they get burned by threes by guys that are open on the perimeter, so be it. Portland only shot 10 out of 38 from deep in game one. That's 26%. And so I think they're going to force somebody else not named Denny Avdia to beat them. And I think that means Denny's going to rack up a ton of assists because I'm hoping Portland hits at least some shots. And if they're going to send double teams at Denny, well, hopefully Toumani Camara can hit some threes. Hopefully Drew Holiday can hit some buckets. Hopefully Scoot Henderson can hit some buckets. So I'm going Denny Avdia over 6.5 assists in this one. He had 5 in game one, but his average for the regular season, Brad, was just under 7. So basically, just need him to get to what his season average was here. And I think my game plan in my head, if I'm Mitch Williams and I'm the Spurs, it's, hey, let's make anybody else not named Denny Avdia beat us. And I think the San Antonio Spurs would feel pretty confident that they're going to be up 2-0 if that's the case.
Yep.
All right, the late one tonight. Tough to get a real great feel on it right now. It feels likely, we just talked to Nick Friedel, it feels likely that Kevin Durant is going to play, but it's not a given. He's going to be a game-time call for Game 2. Again, that knee contusion, bumped knees with one of his teammates during practice last week, forced him to miss Game 1, and the Lakers won that behind hot shooting from Luke Kennard and LeBron James being the ultimate point guard whiz that he is. So now Game 2, I'll say it this, I'll just be blunt with it here, Brad. Whether or not Kevin Durant plays, I don't feel comfortable backing this Rockets team. But whether or not Kevin Durant plays, I think they pull themselves together, and I think they win this game, and I think they win this game by margin. So that's where I'm at with this Rockets-Lakers game. I would think Durant plays, but I'm going to lay the points, whatever it is, with the Rockets by right before tip-off, whether or not Durant plays here. And I think somebody else that's going to have a decent game is Jabari Smith. He had 12 rebounds in game one. They need him to crash the glass. They have the size advantage over the Lakers. They won the rebounding battle. They just couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. Jabari Smith played 43 minutes, and even if Durant plays, I don't think that number is going down too much. So Jabari Smith over rebounds, Rockets to win by margin. Whether or not Durant plays, I feel pretty confident in H-Town tonight, Brad.
I do too. I think they got to storm back. They have to bounce back. I was talking to Nick Friedel in the last segment. It's kind of a must-win scenario for the Houston Rockets, and I think they will indeed blast off, largely because I think Kevin Durant's going to cowboy up and he's going to play. So as a result, assuming, again, Durant is on the floor in uniform, over on Durant. 4.5 assists at a minus 105, Juice. A little bit lower there at BetMGM. In 3 games against the Lakers this season, he's only been over this prop one time. He's gone for 8, 2, and 4 assists in those 3 matchups. The Lakers, in their last 15 regular season games, were number 13 in fewest assists per game allowed, so ranking really middle of the pack in that category. But I think Durant is going to show up and show out because he has to. And I think he will play on nearly a full complement of minutes. I think he's going to be active as a distributor, a scorer, a rebounder. He's going to get it done across the board. And I'm in agreement. The Rockets even this sucker up at 1 apiece, largely because their megastar, the future Hall of Famer, Kevin Durant, will be on the floor. Again, I'm taking the over 4.5 assists at minus 105.
All right, there you go. So that one late night tonight, which I went on a little mini rant about. That game's not going to finish till about 1:15, 1:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time again, which for the fans, hey, look, for the folks in LA, that's great. Forget about me on the East Coast. How about the folks in Houston? Right? I mean, it's only an hour behind in Houston. That game ain't going to end till after midnight locally for them. That's not smart planning. It's not smart scheduling, right?
Yeah,
how do you ice
totally
out?
agree.
How do you ice out half the the folks watching the game? Make it start, make it so that it finishes well after midnight local time. By the way, quick injury update. VJ Edgecombe, Sixers rookie, has exited to the locker room after a hard fall early in this game against the Boston Celtics. So we'll see if he can come back. Brad, the Celtics were up 26-13, looking like they were going to run away with it. The Sixers have answered with a 10-0 run. So we got ourselves a ball game here as they're within the final minute of the first quarter. So we'll see. We'll see if Philly can inch closer. We'll see if my guy VJ Edgecombe can come back. But when we come back, we're going to do a little fill in the blank here, and we're going to hit just about everything. A little NBA, a little NFL draft, a little baseball as well. Don't go anywhere. The fun rolls on. We'll keep you posted on all the playoff games as well, all throughout the show and every night. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And it feels like everybody wants to blame Mike Brown. And Mike Brown absolutely 100% deserves some blame for what happened last night. There is no question about it. No question about it. But I'll just say this. I'm not doing the whole, Tom Thibodeau have done that? Like, Tom Thibodeau presided over some bad Knicks playoff losses, okay? So I'm not willing to do that. Did they make the right move? I still think they did. I think Tibbs had to go, just like did they hire the right guy to replace him. So Mike Brown definitely deserves some blame. Here's what I would say to everybody, whether it's pundits in the media, whether it's basketball fans, whether it's you listening or watching. At what point do we collectively start to hold these players accountable? At what point does that happen? At what point do we say, hey, Jalen Brunson, who's a superb player, all NBA caliber, he's magnificent, he's tremendous, he's great. He's not Kobe Bryant. And the way he hogs the ball, and we talked about it last year in the playoffs, right? He thinks he's Kobe. Dribble, 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 shot. Pass the ball, dude. You're not Kobe Bryant. Sorry. You're not Michael Jordan. And that's okay. He doesn't have to be Kobe to be great. He's great being himself. Stop trying to be Kobe Bryant. Pass the goddamn ball. We want to blame Mike Brown? Okay, he deserves some blame. Let me ask everybody this. Was Mike Brown the coach of the Knicks last year? Last year in the playoffs when the same BS was happening? Like, Tom Thibodeau was the scapegoat last year, and he should have been. And if the Knicks, I still think they'll win this series. I do think that they'll beat the Hawks. I don't think the season's over by any stretch of the imagination. But if they lose this series, Mike Brown's going to be the scapegoat. And this is like we talk about in the NFL, right, with the Bills and the Ravens. You're never firing the MVP quarterback. You're never trading Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. Like, the Knicks are never going to trade Jalen Brunson if they lose this first-round series. He could go 0 for 69 in every game, and they're still not going to trade him. They'll fire Mike Brown. But you know what? Like, we did this once already. We scapegoated a coach already. They're going to do it again? Like, that's what this is? We're scapegoating the coach again? Last I checked, same players. Same players. At what point is it their fault? At what point do we start blaming them? Even while acknowledging that Mike Brown made some harebrained, insane decisions in this game. At what point do we blame the players? They scored 15 points in the fourth quarter against Atlanta. And, like, I say that kind of dismissively. You know. And, like, this is what pisses me off because I said for weeks leading up to the first round, what the Knicks should do is try and get the 4 seed, right? So they can play Detroit in round 2 instead of Boston. And as it turned out, like, the Cleveland Cavaliers right now are basically, like, they're in St. Bart's instead of playing the Toronto Raptors. They're on vacation. Like, these games aren't even happening against the Raptors. Jamal Shed is starting for Toronto because Quickly's hurt. He can't score. Brandon Ingram, like, you want to talk about someone who looks like he hits the bong 24/7. Brandon Ingram can't make a shot. Are these games actually happening? Or is this like it's like a 2K and you simulate it to the end of the series and Cleveland wins? Like, the Cavaliers have a first-round bye while the Knicks are now in a knockout, drag-out fight against the Atlanta Hawks. Who could have predicted it? Oh, me. I said it. I said it. The whole thing's infuriating.
Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. I got the quad box working here, Brad. I got Lightning Canadians. I got Bruins Sabres. I got Sixers Celtics. And I got Yankees Red Sox from Boston with Cam Schlittler going up against Boston after he got some death threats early in the week from some D-bag Boston fans. Not surprising whatsoever. But there was some kind of massive brawl that went. I caught the back end of it. Lightning and the Canadians, they had a full team-wide massive brawl. There was like 8 dudes in the penalty box. There was a couple of fisticuffs. It was crazy. I got to go on social media in the next break and find out what the hell happened. And then just my, live reaction. I saw they had Josh Allen with a Sabres jersey on in Buffalo, banging the drum for them right before their game started against Boston. So playoffs, baby. We're off and running on another night of playoffs and some big-time baseball matchups as well. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix here. And let's play a little fill in the blank, shall we? Combs, what's going on here? How are the Cubbies doing, by the way, Brad? How are your Cubbies and Combs and Monty's Cubbies faring tonight?
I mean, it's 0-0. It's barely started, though we got a runner on second base right now. I believe it's Trey Turner for Philadelphia, but there's 2 outs. So hopefully Shota Imanaga's getting out of this mess. The downside for both pitchers in this game, Jesus Luzardo on the bump for Philadelphia. Wind is blowing out. Could gust over 20 miles per hour over the course of the game at Wrigley. So it could be a higher scoring affair. Look at that. Right on cue. Ground ball out. Clean inning. Cubs are about to hang a 6th spot here in the bottom of the first.
Okay. All right, if you say so. And I wasn't asking, trying to be a jerk. I was just genuinely asking. I got the quad box. I didn't have the scoreboard pulled up. I didn't know what the hell was going on. So it could have been 18-0 for all I know.
It's all good,
It's
man.
because
I'll
we're
keep you
going
informed.
up. It's because we're going up against your Phillies, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I'm not a
He's
Philly
a diehard
sports
Phillies
fan.
fan.
Knock it off. I'm a giant Yankees fan. I do some games for the post games for the Yankees. Big G Stanton has already homered off of Cle Anthony early. He wasn't early on it. He was right on it. Big G has gone deep, and Luis Heel is shoving it against the Red Sox.
Don't get mad at me because your VJ Edgecombe jersey's in the mail. It's not my fault. I didn't order it. You did.
Will you stop, dude? Will you stop it?
Hey, look, man. I get it. You move somewhere. You just, you try to fit in. So sometimes you have to.
It's understandable.
I get it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's fine. There's
Take one for
nothing
the
wrong
team.
with being, adapting to where you're from. I mean, look, I moved to New England for 15 years. I never became a New England sports fan. I never sold out, but I could understand why you would do it so quickly.
And what gives you the impression that I'm selling out? What have I ever said kindly about Philadelphia sports that makes you think I'm going to sell out?
I mean, it's you, Pat. I mean,
yeah, exactly. You got nothing, Combs. You got nothing.
He's got nothing. He's got nothing. No, nothing at all.
All right, we ready for some fill in the blank?
Yes, let's go.
All right, let's get it done. Billy Donovan's next stop will be blank. Brad?
I think it's going to be the University of Kentucky. And I saw that Callan Cowherd had a similar sentiment. Cowherd believes that he's either going to go to Kentucky or Orlando. Orlando is more imminent if that were to come to fruition. Kentucky may be a year away. That's the exact thought I had when I saw the news earlier today that Billy Donovan was going to step down from the Chicago Bulls. Things are not going well for Mark Pope right now with Kentucky. And a guy that was on the bench during the Rick Pitino era at that fine university. So he's got some loose connections to it. And obviously a massive name, deep pockets with the boosters and the alums at that school. And they are not happy with Pope, who has swung and missed on a number of high-profile guys in transfer portals. So Pope right now on very thin ice. Give it here. Billy Donovan's going to be back in college basketball coaching the Kentucky Wildcats. That's what I believe. And I asked Chef Goodman. He says he doubts it eminently. Of course, he's at the field of 68. But again, give it a year, let it simmer, and it could happen.
I'll go, with the recent news here and what talking to Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, he thinks Steve Kerr is done in Golden State. I mean, instead of going back to college, why not just pivot and be able to coach Steph Curry for the final couple years of his career there and oversee what is going to be a transition for the Warriors? Look, Billy Donovan, it feels like he's been in a transition with the Chicago Bulls for the entire time he's been there because the front office stinks. And I don't think Golden State's front office has done a whole heck of a lot better, but at least you can give him the benefit of the doubt and say, all right, when Curry does come to his end, at least you can see they've got the money. You're in a great area. I think Billy Donovan is going to be the next head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And I think that jumping from Chicago to Golden State and being able to, it's a spot he's familiar with, right? Like, hey, we're at the end of this window. We're going to be maybe entering a rebuild. Hopefully it's more of a retooling. I think that's something Billy Donovan is comfortable with. So I'll say he'd be the next head coach of the Warriors if Steve Kerr is done this summer.
If that happens, to me, that's wild. You leave one spot where you've been rebuilding and you're going to go to another spot and have to go through another rebuild. If you're Billy, I mean, look, unless you're giving me a bag, like a massive bag, there's no chance I'm going to another rebuilding team if I'm Billy Donovan. But, I mean, who knows? I think his next step might just be TV for a little while. All right, let's get another one in here. The best player available in Thursday's NFL draft is blank. Pat?
I've been saying it for weeks, and I'm sticking to it. I think the best player available in terms of who I think is going to have the best NFL career is Caleb Downs. Not only the best NFL career, but a player that I think is going to have an immediate impact. The Swiss Army knife of college football, with how many different defensive schemes these NFL teams play nowadays and how many different positions and how versatile you need to be. I think Caleb Downs fits right in, and I hope that he's there at 5, and I pray that the big blue New York Football Giants grab him at number 5. I think the best player available is Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's Jeremiah Love, you Notre Dame lovers. And that is a guy, pound for pound, I think the most talented player, bar none, regardless of position. He just beats guys in every facet of the game. Supreme yards after contact, excellent missed tackle rates. You might say, oh, those are just advanced numbers, you numbers nerd. But look with the eye test. He is a legitimate 3-down running back, can catch the ball cleanly out of the backfield. Like, he's going to be more than just an adequate pass blocker and blitz blocker as well. He brings everything to the table. I think he is going to be, and this is not far-fetched, eventually a Hall of Fame talent as long as he stays healthy.
Wow. Speaking of the draft, we'll do more NFL draft pick 'em when we return right here on BetMGM tonight.
Is there right now a rivalry that is better and more entertaining than the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Denver Nuggets? This is right now the single best rivalry in all of sports. I understand that it doesn't have the history of like Yankees Red Sox. I get it. I know that like the Bills and Chiefs in the Allen Mahomes era have played a lot of like playoff games against each other. I understand. We had Brady versus Manning. I get it. But team v team right now, the most intense, the most vitriolic, the most edgy, and the most evenly matched rivalry in sports is this one with the Nuggets and Timberwolves. In an era of sports where everything is sanitized and players hug each other after games, right? And I know I'm sounding like an old man again here. And everyone's buddy-buddy, and LeBron and company are on the banana boat in the offseason. You know what we could use? Some good, old-fashioned hatred. Take a listen to what Minnesota Timberwolves forward Jaden McDaniels had to say last night after the game about the Denver Nuggets' defensive prowess or lack thereof.
Go out, Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Like, just go at them.
They're all bad defenders.
Yeah, they're all bad defenders.
You have, like Knicks fans, for example, trying to turn C.J. McCollum into a villain, right? It's manufactured. It's not real. This is real. They hate each other. Did you see Anthony Edwards and Jokic getting into it at the end of the game, shoving each other with a couple minutes to play? Do you remember a couple years ago that epic 7-game series with Minnesota winning the first 2 in Denver, Denver winning the next 3, including 2 in Minnesota, Wolves blowing them out in Game 6, and then a huge comeback in Game 7 to knock the Nuggets out, ending Denver's bid to repeat as NBA champions? Do you understand that in the last 30 games these two teams have played against each other, including playoffs, 15 wins apiece for each? And out of any series in the NBA playoffs, it's not even close. This has been the best one. Minnesota and Denver. So you can take the Iron Bowl. You can take the big game. You can take Steelers, Ravens. You can take Yankees, Red Sox. Whatever rivalry you want to throw out there, you can have it. If I can watch one big game between rivals in all of sports, I want to see Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
I believe that they will. And this is not Met fan Sal. Like, I hate that. Yeah, I'm the optimist. I mean, come on, please. There's nobody. I'll rip everybody whenever need be. I'm going to give them. I could be proven wrong. It has happened before. I believed in the way that David Stearns built this team coming into the year. I'm not getting away from that after 22 games, even with an embarrassing 11 straight losses. Soto coming back whenever that may be, tonight or tomorrow. McClain on the mound tonight, a soft schedule at home. If they don't go minimum 6-3, then I will put the fork in the 2026 New York Mets. I know it sounds asinine or impossible to see right now. Same way it was in 2024 when they turned that season around. I thought they were left for dead 100% in my mind. I never thought they'd see 500 again. I still believe this team will turn it around at least to a respectable level. Starting tonight, they'll have a good homestand, and they may not be a very good team overall all year, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as this, and I don't think they're going to bottom out.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. I swear to God, every time I look over at this Lightning Canadians game, there's another full-on brawl going on. What the hell is going on in this game? Anyway, hour number 3 begins right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call, or you can just simply text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into, 310-840-4910. And if you do text in your question or your take, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. All right, Brad, we started this yesterday. You came up with the idea for this segment, NFL Draft Pick'em. You and I go team by team, designate their selections. We predict. We give our explanations. We exchange some pleasantries, as you have written in the rundown. And if there's any big trades, we predict that as well. Yesterday, we did picks 1 through 8. We were simpatico with the first 4 picks: Mendoza, Arvell Reese, David Bailey, Jeremiah Love. Then we got awfully different after that. I think one of the big trade is going to come at 6. The Cowboys are going to move up to take Sonny Styles at 6, and the Browns are going to trade down. You had some big moves going down, so let's move now to picks 9 through 16. And let's start with the Kansas City Chiefs and a massive selection for them at number 9. You know, Brad, I remember it wasn't too long ago where we thought we were jumping for joy, not at the prospect of the Chiefs getting a player that could be a generational talent, because, screw them. Screw the Chiefs. I'm sick of that dynasty. but just because of the fantasy implications. The fantasy implications. Yeah. And look, just from a neutral NFL fan's perspective, how amazing it would have been if Jeremiah Love was running roughshod at Arrowhead Stadium.
Indeed.
I remember when that felt like a possibility, Brad. That feels like a pipe dream at this point, man.
Well, yeah, you got Kenneth Walker the third there. They got Amari DiMercado as well. So they got a 1-2 punch on the ground. They're satisfied with that. I actually love the fit for Walker the third. But yeah, man, Jeremiah Love. That would have been quite seductive, to say the least. Just even thinking about it, I think my pants melted. That Love would have wound up there in Kansas City. But it looks like Jeremiah Love's going to wind up with the Tennessee Titans. Both of you and I mocked him to go exactly there as a member in Nash Vegas. Pair him up with Cam Ward, and they can make beautiful music together in a city that is known for its guitar work. So, yeah, Jeremiah Love looking like he's going to be a member of the Tennessee Titans. But what could have been with the Kansas City Chiefs? And I'm going to go a completely different direction as a result. They need some help on the back end defensively. So I'm going to go with Mansour Delane out of LSU, the cornerback. Maybe the best corner in this entire NFL draft, a pure corner, and a guy that fits an area of need for them because that back end is quite questionable. They got Christian Fulton coming over, and they need some additional help at the other end. So Mansour Delane is my selection for the Kansas City Chiefs at number 9 overall. Book it.
Yeah, and I had him going number 8 to the Saints, which is why I do not think that is going to be the pick for the Chiefs because I think he will be gone. But I don't disagree with that pick with the trade that they made here with the Rams. Giving them Trent McDuffie, right? I'm not mistaken on that. Trent McDuffie, yes.
No, McDuffie.
Sometimes there's so many players. And sometimes it's easy to forget some names.
Things. Yeah,
maybe that was.
Happens.
I mean, that was a little flash in the pan of, a little onset dementia. You never know. But I was like, hold on. It's definitely Trent McDuffie.
I know it.
So, yeah, I mean, after the Trent McDuffie trade, that would make sense, right? Because they're the top corners on their roster right now, Christian Fulton and Noel Williams, who they took in the 3rd round last year and had a decent rookie campaign. But, I mean, that would be a huge task asking him to be their number 1 corner. So I get the Mansour Delane if he's there at 9. If the Saints don't snatch him at 8, then yeah, for sure. I think the Chiefs need some help in the pass rush department, and I think Chris Jones is maybe got another year or 2 left. George Karlaftis is the best pass rusher they got now. They brought in the big Kyrie's Tonga, who was with the Patriots last year, but they have some really unproven names on the other side trying to get after the quarterback. A first-round pick from 2023. And a guy that just really hasn't panned out so far, a guy that's constantly been injured, Felix Anudike-Uzomah. I don't even know if we're ever going to see him play for the Kansas City Chiefs. So if Reuben Bain and those short arms are there at number 9, Brad, I think the Chiefs grab him. And I know that you've mentioned, and rightfully so, it feels like Reuben Bain's been kind of dropping on the draft boards and the mock drafts, and those short arms could end up hurting him. Look, I think the Chiefs are a team that they tend to not ignore college production. When guys can perform, when guys can be game wreckers, then they're worth taking. And the Chiefs are never really picking this early. Never. Not in the last decade. So they have an opportunity to get a guy that maybe we'll look back on and say, wow, he should have been picked in the top 5. I mean, 9.5 sacks, a forced fumble, an interception, also was pretty good stopping the run, but just a mauler on the outside. And I think the Chiefs, if Reuben Bain is there at 9, I think Brett Veach and Kansas City is going to snatch him up. And I think they're going to hope that him and Karlaftis coming off the edge get this Chiefs pass rush back to what it used to be.
Yeah, I could see that as a potential fit. By the way, folks, I still have Reuben Bain on my draft board, and you're gonna have to, maybe tune in till tomorrow to find out where he ultimately lands. But yeah, that is a name I could see slipping in round 1 of the NFL draft. He's not gonna fall out of round 1. But I think he's gonna somewhere land between 10 and 20. I'll tell you with what team on tomorrow's show.
Wow. So you have him probably out of the top first half of the first round. Wow, that would be a big fall. That would be Will Levis-esque for Reuben Bain, who for, I don't know, back in March, like only just a month ago, we were like, Reuben Bain, is he going to go before David Bailey? Is he going to be in the top 5? And now, that would be a stunning fall. All right, Brad, let's get to number 10. The second pick for Big Blue, my New York Football Giants. You had him taking Sonny Styles at 5. I had him taking Caleb Downs at 5. Now who does Big Blue take at number 10?
Yeah, I think they're going to go offensive tackle here, and they're going to go with Francis Mauigoa out of Miami of Florida. And I think this is a smart and a wise decision to invest in his services. So you look at the New York Giants last season, according to Pro Football Focus, they were just number 20 in the NFL in run blocking efficiency, a little bit better in pass blocking efficiency, but only number 13 in that category. I think they got to shore up that offensive line to instill adequate protection there for Jackson Dart, open up the ground game as well for Cam Scattaboo and likely Tyrone Tracy as well. So Francis Mauigoa is my selection, the second selection for the New York Giants in round number 1.
Yeah, and here's I'm disagreeing with that as well. I think he'll go a couple of picks later, but this is a guy that you have coming off the board a couple of picks earlier when we did this last night. You had Jordan Tyson going 8 to the Saints, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
I hope he is still
yep,
there
correct.
at 10 because I want the Giants to take Caleb Downs at 5, and then I want him to grab Jordan Tyson, the big 6'2" receiver from Arizona State, at 10. And this is somebody they've hosted. For a pre-draft workout. They visited with him. The Giants are very publicly in on him. It just comes down to, will he be there? And Brad, I hope I'm right. I hope that Cornell Tate is the only receiver taken in the top 8 picks, top 9 picks. And I hope that Jordan Tyson is there because I think the Giants will grab him. Again, they added Isaiah Likely in the offseason and free agency. That's great. They have Malik Neighbors coming back, hopefully right around training camp. You have Cam Scadaboo coming back. But outside of Malik Neighbors, I mean, Darius Slayton, it feels like he's been on the Giants since 2006. By the way, they're going to work out Odell Beckham. The Giants are going to work out Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, my goodness, are you kidding me? It feels like Darius Slayton has been around about as long as Odell Beckham Jr. They got Darnell Mooney and Calvin Austin in the offseason. Like, okay, those are decent veteran guys, but they're really not supposed to be stepping up unless guys are hurt or guys just don't perform. So I want the Giants to go grab Jordan Tyson and give Jackson Dart one more big weapon. I think Big Blue, they traded away Dexter Lawrence, and I think that they will not up. It's not that they're not going to upgrade that in the pass rush in the first round. I hope they get an edge rusher in the later rounds, in the middle rounds here. But I think if you draft Caleb Downs or if you draft Sonny Styles at 5, you add to the second and third levels of this defense. And then I think it's just, let's get as many playmakers for this offense as possible. This is a huge year for Jackson Dart. And, the uncertainty around Malik Neighbors coming back from a torn ACL, I think plays a little bit into it. So, look, you can never have too many offensive weapons here on this team. And I would love for the Giants to get Jordan Tyson at 10 for Matt Nagy, however you say his name, to have as many playmakers as possible here. So, Giants, Jordan Tyson at 10 is my pick. On to 11, Brad. We've got the Miami Dolphins with their first of 2 picks in the first round. Who are the Finns going at numero 11?
Yeah, you look at the wide receivers on the roster right now. This is the all-star, all-pro class that they currently possess. And, of course, I'm saying that with an enormous amount of sarcasm. Tutu Atwell, Jalen Tolbert, Malik Washington. Those are your top 3 wide receivers currently on the Miami Dolphins depth chart. So they're going to invest in wide receiver. I know this guy had a rather adventurous interview process, but very talented guy. Well over 1,000 yards this season, over a 72% catch rate for USC on 26% of the target share. They're going to take Mekhi Lemon, the former Trojan. The guy's got expansive route tree. Yeah, he ran a 4.58 40-yard dash, but has better than advertised separation skills, excellent grip and hand strength of big hands as well. He is exactly what this team needs. They need somebody to pair up with their brand new quarterback, and that being Malik Willis, a former Green Bay Packer, a guy who really improved in his accuracy, and hopefully they can make beautiful music together. So Malik to Mekhi, ooh, that sounds nice. I think that will be the selection. Lemon, worth the squeeze for the Miami Dolphins at number 11 overall.
Yeah, and again, I can absolutely see it. I think the Dolphins, though, end up going receiver at 30. I think there's some other options there. Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, that maybe, in my opinion, might sway Miami a little bit more. Their new GM, John Eric Sullivan. They've got 7 picks in the top 100, by the way, Brad. They're going to have 7 picks in the first 2 days of the draft. So they have a lot of time to address their needs. Receiver, for sure. You mentioned it, especially after trading away Jalen Waddle. Corner, that's another one. Edge rusher, they've got 3 picks in the top 43. I think they're going to go corner here at 11. I think they're going Jamal McCoy from Tennessee. As a guy that tore his ACL in January of 2025, so he missed the entirety of last season. And the fact that he is still getting mocked as a mid-first round draft pick shows how great his athleticism is, how well he's looked leading up to this draft. A lot of pro comps for him are Christian Gonzalez, who's one of the best corners in the NFL with the New England Patriots. And so I think the Dolphins, who now have a defensive-minded head coach in Jeff Hafley and another first-round pick later in this round, I think they'll go receiver then. I think they're going corner at 11 to improve what is a very depleted secondary at this point. I can't even really name you more than one guy in this Dolphins secondary. I think Jermod McCoy at 11 is the pick for Miami. And now we get to 12 here, Brad, and we get the first of two for the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones, who's the big selection for the Cowboys at 12.
It's got to be a defender, and it's probably likely going to be somebody in the back end. I'm going to go with Dylan Thieneman out of the University of Oregon, a guy that accumulated over 300 tackles in his 3 seasons with the Ducks, a guy that's a ball hawk extraordinaire as well, can really help out, and they need all the help they can get. They're probably going to need more warm bodies in that defensive backfield, considering how rubbish they were last season. You don't believe me? Well, according to the EPA data, they were dead last in EPA per play defense a season ago, number 30 in drop back EPA defense. So Thieneman obviously fills the need. I thought about McCoy here as well, but reading some of the medicals today, he may need a second surgery on that knee. So that is a guy that you could see plummet precipitously in the draft on Thursday. It wouldn't even remotely surprise me if he fell out of round 1 because people are freaking out about those medicals. So maybe I'm wrong, but that's why I'm going to go with Dylan Thieneman out of Oregon to Big D, which is really little D right now. Man, they need all the assistance they can get on the back end defensively.
Yeah, and I love Dylan Thieneman out of Oregon. I mean, he was an absolute beast at the combine, so I don't mind that one bit. Brad, if you met yesterday, my prediction was that at number 6, the Dallas Cowboys would take their 2 first-round picks and trade up with the Cleveland Browns, and that the Dallas Cowboys would take Sonny Styles. So at 12, I've got the Cleveland Browns with one of now 3 first-round picks. And I've got them addressing the offensive line, basically a brand new offensive line. They already added several guys in free agency, including Titus Howard, Zion Johnson, Elgton Jenkins. But I think they will go and get their starting left tackle of the future here. And I think it will be the big Samoan, Francis Maui Noah, out of Miami, Florida. That is who I think the Cleveland Browns will take at 12 with my predicted trade from the Dallas Cowboys. And the Dog Pound will have a Samoan to bark and help protect whoever the hell is going to play quarterback for them this year. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's see. Can we squeeze an NBA playoff call in here before we get to break? I say, why not? Let's go to the phones.
Sure.
Bryce is in Spartanburg. Next up on line 1 here on BetMGM tonight. Bryce, what's going on, brother? You're with Pat and Brad. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Look, everyone's acting like the Thunder have this West tie in the bag, but am I crazy for thinking the Spurs are the ones to beat?
Wow. Bryce, you're not crazy. I know our producer Brandon Combs feels that way. And Brad, what do you think? Is Bryce crazy for thinking the Spurs are the team to beat in the West?
No, I don't think he's insane in memory by any stretch of the imagination. What percentage chance, if I were to assign one randomly, that San Antonio could take the West? I would say it's probably better than 55%. I think they are the second best team in the conference. I still think OKC is going to represent. But there were a mild upset, and that's the best qualifier when they got Victor Wembanyama, the strong guard play of San Antonio, the defensive chops they have overall, and a team that, when they're bringing their A game offensively, they can beat anybody in the league, bar none. 7-game series, you never know what the heck could happen. the Spurs are the biggest threat, without a doubt, in my mind, to take down OKC. Denver is right there in the conversation as well, but they're going to be in a dogfight against Minnesota. So not crazy, but I'm putting around 55 to 60% chance that could happen.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with you, and I think Bryce is nuts. Now, Bryce, we appreciate the call, man. Thank you so much. Call again anytime you want, especially here in the next couple of weeks when we can find out what happens. But, I mean, I don't know how you could say the Spurs are the team to beat when the Thunder are the reigning champions. They didn't lose anybody. They were injured for most of the season. Jalen Williams, their second-best player, played 33 games. Isaiah Hartenstein, their starting center, played half the season. Chet Holmgren missed over 10 games. SGA missed over 10 games. And they cakewalked to the number 1 overall seed in the NBA playoffs. How can you say the Spurs are the team to beat? They don't have any playoff experience. Oh, because what? They beat the Thunder 4 out of 5 times in the regular season? Okay. It's the regular season. This is the playoffs. Playoffs! And Brad, I've been saying it. I think if it's Denver, San Antonio in the second round, I think the Nuggets knock them out. So I think the biggest threat to the West in OKC is Denver, not San Antonio.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Yeah, you kidding me? The Spurs, the team to beat? Come on. That's poppycock. 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. We will do 4 more NFL draft pick predictions, 13 through 16 when we come back. And this is where the draft gets really good. And it could be another little section of the draft that gets real crazy. Rams, Ravens, Buccaneers, and the Jets' second first-round pick. We'll predict those when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
CJ McCollum has played the majority of his career in the Western Conference. He is a good and at points has been a very good player. He is not a great player. So we're just going to take anyone that plays well, and now he's a villain. Like we always need a villain. What is this, Batman? Like Spider-Man? Like, it doesn't have to be like this. Not everything has to be elevated to villain. We don't need a villain. Also, like he kicked our ass last night. Great job. Like you really rattled C.J. McCollum as he's hitting dagger after dagger in the fourth quarter as the Hawks come back and win the game. Pathetic. It is pathetic. Pathetic. And I don't even care necessarily about let's all go out on 7th Avenue after we lose and film the social. That's whatever. It's what happens in the Garden that really bothers me. What happens in the Garden that really gets under my skin. Save the vitriol for Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum in round 2 if they're fortunate enough to get there. Save it for Cade Cunningham. Save it for Donovan Mitchell. Save it for James Harden. If you're lucky enough to make the finals, save it for SGA, for Chet Holmgren, for J-Dub. Save it for Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray. Save it for Victor Wembanyama and Steph Castle. CJ McCollum? So, the Knicks play the Celtics in round 2. If Baylor Shireman scores 25 points, we're going to chant, F you, Baylor, like Art Briles is still the coach? Anyone plays well, we're just going to F you to this person. And I'll do the old man bit here. I'll tell you what, I love to drop F-bombs all the time in my regular life. Enough. And you don't have to like this part of what I'm saying. I don't care. Imagine you're a dad or a mom, and you want to bring your kid to a playoff game, and you have these idiots at Madison Square Garden, these losers at the Garden who are it's just F the whole time. And again, no one loves to curse more than me. And you know that if you follow me on social, if you've listened to me in the past, watched me throughout my career. I love to curse. Enough. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. F Trae Young. Really? F-U-C-J. Are we losers? Yes, right? I get it now. I have said on this show for years, and that's the other thing, right? Like, it was one thing, and I'm really just feeling this way now. I have actually defended the conduct of the Knicks fan for years now since they've been good. For years. You've been out of the playoffs so long. Yeah, get excited when you win one playoff game. I understand. Do you want a chance? We want Boston? I get it. I'm not going to get really that upset about it. I understand. It's now reached the point where the Knicks win 50 games basically every season with this core, right? They haven't won a championship, but they're in the playoffs every year. It's time to start acting like you've been there before. It's time to start acting like you belong in the postseason. F. Trae Young. He's on the Wizards. F. C.J. McCollum, because he scores 30 points, one of the nicest guys in the league. It is pathetic, loser, embarrassing energy. This is an embarrassing fan base. And there's no defending it anymore. There's no defending this. We're behaving like we haven't been to the playoffs in 30 years. We were in the Eastern Conference Final last year. Grow up. You're embarrassing us. We're the New York Knicks. Start acting like it.
Great games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Before we get back to our NFL draft pick'em predictions, and we get to picks 13 through 16. Let's get you a scoreboard update here. We got a big surprise in Boston at the half. Sixers lead the Celtics 62-54. Classic game 2, Boston. They got out to a 13-point lead in the first quarter, but Philly has stormed back. How about VJ Edgecombe, the rookie, who I mentioned, Brad, went over on his rebounds. He cashed it at halftime. And that was also him missing a couple of minutes of this game after he exited to the locker room after he took a hard fall. He's got 20 points and 7 rebounds at the half. Tyrese Maxey with 15 points and 6 assists. Meanwhile, for the Celtics, Jason Tatum on triple-double alert, 12 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and Jaylen Brown with 15 points. But the Celtics are just 6 of 22 from deep, and they started out 4 of 9. So they're 2 of their last 13 from three-point land. Meanwhile, we got another possible upset brewing in San Antonio. The Blazers lead the Spurs 22-13 in the first quarter. Scoot Henderson's got 10 points. Denny Avdia's got 5 for the Spurs. Wemby, 2 points, 1 rebound. That's it. It's only 6 minutes. He's only played 6 minutes. He's already went to the bench. But there's 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter, and San Antonio's offense stuck in neutral. Meanwhile, on the ice, Canadiens and the Lightning tied at 1 in the early goings of the second period. Mentioned Tampa Bay got off to a 1-0 lead. Montreal has answered back with a goal from Lane Hudson. And then there was a couple of massive brawls in this game. And there was also plenty of post post puck freeze skirmishes, if you will, between the Bruins and the Sabres. They are scoreless at the end of the first period. And Brad, I know you're intently watching your Cubbies. So what's going on there in the north side of Chicago?
Yeah, bases are juiced. Carson Kelly just hit a bloop ball up the first base line. Bryce Harper just made a stellar catch. It looked like it was trending toward being a foul ball, but he made the catch. The Cubs did not score, but still 2 outs. Bases still jammed for Chicago. 0-0 in the bottom of the third inning right now at Wrigley Field. It's a bit of a surprise considering the wind is blowing out. It's been blustery at times, but nobody's drawn first blood yet. But the Cubs still have an opportunity with Michael Busch at the dish. Again, 0-0. Phillies, Cubs, bottom of the third inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and Chicago still at the dish.
All right, so you got that going on. Bases juice for the Cubbies. How about the Mets? Losers of 11 in a row, Brad. You might want to get ready to pop the champagne. Not only are the Mets winning 3-0, the great Nolan McLean is working on a perfect game. 15 up.
All right.
15 down at Citi Field. Going to the 6th inning, the Mets lead it 3-0. Nolan McLean is 12 outs away from perfection. Unless I've got this wrong here. Let me just double check. Nobody reached on an error or anything. And no. Yeah, because the top 6 batters have got 2 at-bats, and that's it. So yeah, Nolan McLean, perfect through 5 for the Mets on that 11-game losing streak. And they got a 3-run blast from Francisco Lindor, who finally stepped up. So maybe the tides are turning for the Mets. And then meanwhile, in one of the best rivalries in all of sports, Yankees lead the Sox 3-0 going to the 7th inning. Giancarlo Stanton doing all the work for the Yankees. Homered in the 2nd, 2-run double in the 6th, and Luis Gil, 6 shutout frames against Beantown at Fenway. So you got some real good baseball games going on. 4 playoff games going on right now. We're keeping you abreast of all of it. 310-840-4910 to join the show. Brad, let's get back to our NFL draft pick. I'm here. Rams at 13. What do you think is the selection for Les Snead?
Yeah, I see where you're going to go with yours. And, that's a popular sentiment right now. But I'm going to pivot. I think they're going to go offensive tackle as well. So we got a little bit of a run on offensive tackles here for me in my mock draft. I think you're going to go with Monroe Freeling out of UGA, the University of Georgia. The Rams were excellent in terms of run blocking efficiency last season, according to Pro Football Focus, but they were outside the top 20 in pass blocking efficiency. You have an ancient quarterback, and Matthew Stafford, who's nearing 40 years young, and obviously you want to keep him upright, keep him healthy. Obviously he battled through the bulky back early last year, had just an unreal season for the LA Rams. I believe the LA Rams going to win the Super Bowl this year. I'm not going to budge on that. That sentiment is going to stick, barring any major injury over the course of the summer and into training camp. But they got the goods to pay all the bills in the box score, to say the least. And they got to solidify that offensive line to ensure that Matthew Stafford is going to be dealing with a ton of clean pockets this year. So I think they invest on the offensive line with Monroe Freeling at number 13 overall. My pick to click in Hollywood.
Before I give you mine, Brad, how about your guy Jonathan Aranda? He has gone deep.
Oh, yeah, Monty! Hey, all the credit in the world to Michael Montgomery. We were talking about this on our prep call today. I said, Monty, what is the hyphen, the dash, batter's dash box really like tonight? He goes, well, I got a couple of guys. And he threw Jonathan Aranda as one of the 2 guys that are out there. I said, stop right there. You had me in Aranda. Absolutely love him. Had a couple of adventurous first couple of bats, but he just went yard. They're getting crushed, but doesn't matter because he crushed it out of the park and we cash, baby. Thank you, Monty. You're a god.
Yeah, and Monty going for the 10 for 10 tonight. 10 hits in a row, 10 correct picks in a row for a guy to get a hit in our game. Let's go streaking. Speaking of which, The Glass Man is a perfect 6 for 6 now. PJ Glasser, who's been texting in the picks because he filled in for Brad most of the week last week, and he went 4 for 4. And we're like, PJ, you got to just keep texting in your picks until you get it wrong, and then you can, then we don't have to bother you anymore. He took Bobby Witt. Bobby Witt's got a hit. PJ 6 for 6. Monty 9 for 9, and Monty's guy tonight, if you got to wait for it, Nick Kurtz for the A's going up against Seattle. Brad, you've got a Rosarena. That game's later. I got Big Dumper Cal Raleigh. That game's later. Combs has Jackson Merrill. I don't believe that game has started either.
Not quite started yet.
Padres, Rockies, no. Starts in about 5 minutes. So far, just PJ. Only guy that's got somebody in action, and he's already hit it. He's 6 for 6. Unbelievable.
Beautiful.
I mean, we really are. We know ball. I'll just go ahead and say it. We're
raking.
Ball.
We do.
Raking in the leaves, baby. Okay. You pick Monroe Freeling, the big tackle from Georgia for the Rams at 13. They definitely do need some offensive line help here. Rob Havenstein just retired. So they got his replacement for now in Warren McClendon. But I like that idea. I just think, look, they lose Tutu Atwell in free agency. It's Puka and Devontae Adams. They would love to have another receiver, though. Kanata Mumfield, is that somebody that's going to take a big step forward? Jordan Whittington's been there for a couple of years, and look, he's Jag. He's just a guy. So I think this is where he's still on the board at 13. I think the Rams say to Mekhi Lemon, why don't you just stay home in SoCal? Why don't you stay home, young man, and make yourself part of the Ramley? Mekhi Lemon at 13 to the LA Rams, going all in on this offense. I think they know that's how they're going to have to win a Super Bowl. You like them to win the Super Bowl, Brad. I don't think they're doing it. The defense is good, but I think they need to become an offensive machine, especially where this game has gone and where their playoff games have gone. It feels like last team with the ball wins it. If they get another dynamic receiver to take the pressure off Puka, to take the pressure in the red zone off Devontae Adams, Mekhi Lemon could absolutely do that. I think that's who the Rams go with at 13. All right, Brad, 14, Baltimore Ravens. Hell of an offseason for Eric DeCosta and the Ravens, and now their new head coach coming over from the L.A. Chargers, and that is Mr. Jesse Minter, who is going to be the first Raven taken in the Jesse Minter era.
Yeah, and apologies for butchering the name, but I'm going to go with Vega Ione. Is that correct, Pat? I hope it is.
I think that's about as good as you can get it.
Well, thank you. I got a passing grade, so I appreciate it, Professor. But Ione, I think, is exactly what this roster needs. That was a team that really struggled at pass blocking efficiency last season. According to Pro Football Focus, they were near the bottom in that category, number 25. You got Lamar Jackson. You got Derrick Henry, a much better run blocking team, which, they were number 10 in run blocking efficiency. But they get Ione in there to really shore up that area of weakness. I think that is the biggest area that they have to cover to ensure success and consistency in the trenches. As this team, number 13 last season, EP per play offense, number 18 EP per play defense, could use a little assistance and drop back EPA defense. So maybe on the back end, that's an area they're going to invest in a little bit later on in the draft. But I think they go offensive line with Ione at number 14 overall to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, and I think this is the first pick since pick number 4 that you and I are in lockstep on. I think they're taking Ione as well at 14. I mean, look, their offensive line flat out stunk last year. Daniel Falele might have been addition by subtraction anyway, just getting him off the team, but he's not there. There's Linderbaum at center in free agency to the Raiders, so they absolutely need to address the interior of this offensive line here. And I think Ione, and if he was a tackle, he would probably be going top 10, maybe even top 5. But because he's a guard, that gives you some breathing room. And I think at 14, that's the perfect spot for the Ravens to grab him. It fits the need. It fits one of the best players available. A guy that was just an absolute run-blocking mauler, a demon of an offensive lineman. So I think the Ravens will be happy to let's knock out 2 birds with 1 stone here. Fill our biggest need and one of the best players available, and they address the interior of the offensive line at 14. I agree with you. Ione is the pick at 14 for the Ravens. We get to 15. Tampa Bay Buccaneers trying to get that defense younger. Do they go with defense, or do they try to give Baker Mayfield another weapon? Brad, who do the Bucs take at 15?
Yeah, Mike Evans out of the mix now, obviously. So I think what ultimately they're going to wind up doing is investing in the tight end and a guy that only squeezes into schmediums in terms of his jersey size. Product of Oregon, Kenyon Sadiq, who was an absolute freak, folks. Expansive route tree. Ran a 4.39 40-yard dash, a more than adequate blocker as well. Just ultra versatile in terms of his route running ability, and a guy you can do a lot of things with. And the biggest key is this. Zach Robinson comes in. He's the offensive coordinator. Last season with the Atlanta Falcons, he ran 12 personnel 90% of the time. So loves to feature a lot of two tight end sets. You got Cade Otton still there, who I think is a slightly above average pass-catching tight end. You bring in Sadiq, and that's a hell of a 1-2 punch for Baker, who could soon again be the touchdown maker. So Kenyon Sadiq is my selection to shiver me timbers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. By the way, 5-1 odds on that currently at BetMGM for him to land with Tampa.
Yeah, and you know what? I was racking my brain on this as to who I thought the Buccaneers would take, and I saw Jason Licht, their GM, just said yesterday, or maybe this is a couple of days ago at this point, but he said, we have a need for defensive help in the draft, but we will not force a pick. They need pass rushing help like you wouldn't believe. It was the biggest reason why the Buccaneers defense fell off the flat of the face of the freaking earth at the end of the season last year. They couldn't stop anybody. It is the number one reason that they collapsed that NFC South lead. Their secondary wasn't very good for sure, but it was because they could not get after the quarterback. And so you look, David Bailey's going to be long gone. You would think Reuben Bain might still be here, which is interesting that you didn't have the Buccaneers taking him.
Nope.
I don't think Reuben Bain is gone at this point. Otherwise, I think the Bucs will grab him if he's there at 15 because they need a pass rusher. But after those two guys, there's quite the drop-off. And I thought maybe Akeem Mesidor from the Hurricanes would be a spot here. But I'm going to trust in Jason Licht's words that they're not going to force a pick. And I'm going with you. Kenyon Sadiq, I think he's just too damn good to pass up, man. He looks like a freak of nature, played like a freak of nature at Oregon. And I think the Cade Otton experiment, it's kind of run its course in Tampa Bay. I know Baker's got a good relationship with him. They finalized the deal in the offseason that has extended his time there. But, I mean, he had one touchdown last year. It's not a big red zone threat. He's not the threat that maybe you thought he could be when Brady was throwing him touchdown passes in his rookie season. And so I just think that, they could use another pass catcher. They could upgrade this offense, especially with the way that, the great rookie, Emeka Egbuka, kind of fell off in the second half of last year. They're going to get Baker a weapon. I agree with you. It will be Kenyon Sadiq. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll finish off with the New York Jets. Second pick of the first round. And I promise you, don't be surprised if it is one of the most Jet things they do in quite some time. I'll leave you with that. We'll come back. We'll predict who the Jets take at 16. We'll give you a scoreboard update, and maybe we'll finish off a little fill in the blank from last hour as well. Bouncing around here on this jam-packed Tuesday night of sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So Nnamdi Madubuike is one of the best defensive tackles in football. He's tremendous. And the Ravens' run defense and defense in general, and remember that Monday night game against the Lions early in the year when the Lions just ran it down their throats with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery? Like, all of that started when Madubuike got hurt, when he hurt his neck. And I have said over the course of this offseason, right, since Baltimore lost week 18 on NBC, we'll tie that in a moment, to the Pittsburgh Steelers on Football Night in America, Sunday Night Football, final game of the season, that this is an important piece for the Ravens, that they need to get this guy back. And the Ravens had spoke at the league meetings and at the combine that they were optimistic that he'd be able to play. Now it feels like he's going to play. He is, I know that the average fan, and I don't mean that to insult the average fan, I am like a 99th percentile fan, and I know all this stuff, both because I love it, also because it's my job. Because you've got a job that you have probably, if you're listening to or watching the show, that doesn't involve like combing through sports stories all day like mine does. It's my job to inform you, right? It's my job to entertain you and to know these things so you can go about your life doing the things that you need to do. I'm in the weeds so you don't have to be. Nnamdi Madubuike is an incredibly important and impactful player to the Baltimore Ravens and will be when he returns to the field. Again, whether that's week 1, 5, 10, 15, 18, I have no idea. He will be a hugely important chess piece for Jesse Minter, the new head coach of the Ravens, and this new defensive scheme. And obviously, like, it's great that he's going to be able to resume playing because it felt like his career might be over. So very happy for the young man, Nnamdi Madubuike, and this is, if you're a Ravens fan, a huge deal for the Ravens. And I do think, with Jesse Minter now as the coach, with the Steelers and that the three-ring circus right now with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy as the co-ring masters, I like Cincy's offseason. They're hard to trust. The Browns are in the toilet, literally and figuratively. I think the Ravens will be atop the AFC North again this year, and I'm feeling a Ravens-Bills AFC Championship game next January.
I put him at the wheel backer, and I just allow him to flow. You're going to let this guy just get back there, cover up everyone up in front, and he can make play after play, such as his counterpart there, or I should say his teammate, Sonny Styles, at the inside backer position of Ohio State. But all the negativity I'm hearing about the Bain kid, here's a guy that can play three technique, but as you mentioned, can set the edge and is a tough dude versus the run. And not just that, I think he's an elite pass rusher. And everyone looks at his size. What, he's about 6'2" on a good day? Who gives a damn? You remember Dwight Freeney? Do you remember Dwight Freeney, what, 6-time Pro Bowl? I think Freeney is a Hall of Famer. If not, he probably will be. But there was another guy for the Colts, Robert Mathis. He's the leading career sack leader for the Colts. He was under 6'3". So you can look throughout the history and see guys who were similar size to Bain, and they excel at the NFL level. But Bain is such a violent player. That's what stands out. He's so violent, and he should garner more attention to his athleticism than people are giving. And all this was ankle flexion. What the fudge does that mean? His ankle flex is enough for him to help lead his team to a national title opportunity. The stuff they come up with, I mean, the closer we get to the judge. Well, his pinky toe is pointing the wrong. Shut the fudge up. Get out of here. Can he ball? When you turn on the film, is he knocking the you-know-what out of the opposing team? Yes.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
In a rose tattoo, I got your name written here in a rose tattoo. Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. We've got a youngster on the line from Chicago that wants to talk about who the Bears should pick. We'll get there in just a second. But, Brad, we got to finish off here what we both think the Jets are doing with the 16th pick in the draft. 2 nights from now, we both agree that they're going Arvell Reese at 2. Who do you think they take at 16, Brad?
Well, they obviously need wide receiver assistance. Garrett Wilson's going to be your surefire WR1, but they need a viable WR2. I'm going to go with the pride of Indiana, and Omar Cooper, a man that ran a 4.42 40-yard dash. Phenomenal leaper, 37-inch vertical. Obviously, the mesmerizing, gravity-defying leaping ability. Remember that catch he had against Penn State? That is case in point. He is a touchdown machine, a red zone threat du jour. A guy's got a lot of experience working out of the slot, also comfortable working outside the numbers as well. Omar Cooper is exactly who the Jets need to target here. He's the proper selection. And by the way, if he does go to the Jets at this point in the draft, 3-1 odds right now at BetMGM.
Yeah, look, that would make sense considering they need a receiver. They really still only have Garrett Wilson. I think this is going to be one of the most Jet things they've ever done, Brad, and they've done a lot of Jet things. I think they are taking Ty Simpson from Alabama at 16 to be their next quarterback, I think it'll be a massive mistake. I've been pounding the table for weeks saying do not draft a quarterback. You don't need a quarterback. I don't even think they should take a quarterback at all, but if you want to take a flyer on Drew Aller in the 5th round, okay, I can understand it. I don't agree with it. Wait until next year when you have 3 first-round draft picks. Don't muddy the waters with a rookie quarterback that you might end up playing in week 10 when Geno Smith is god-awful. And then this kid who you're not even expecting to be your franchise quarterback plays 5 or 6 games and looks okay, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, do the Jets even need to draft a quarterback? They got Drew Aller or they got so-and-so who looked okay. I mean, come on. Enough. They don't need a quarterback. And I keep hearing, the Jets, Schefter, they're the most interested team in drafting Ty Simpson. Could it be Schefter, getting a smoke screen, from the Jets or somebody to throw out there in hopes that maybe somebody's going to be desperate enough to trade up with the Jets or trade in front of the Jets so that they can maybe get some more draft picks out of this? I don't know, but it would not shock me if the Jets end up just straight up taking Ty Simpson at 16, which would be such a reach. It would be such a brutal, disastrous pick, and it wouldn't shock me one bit if the Jets do it, Brad.
Yeah, that'd be totally Jets. But they got to invest in a wide receiver, man. If Cooper is still on the board,
I agree.
It would be completely idiotic if they veered another direction because that is a major area of need. They need weapons, but let's be honest. They have so many holes on this roster. They need help everywhere.
Yeah, they do. And again, I think they've got the 33rd pick and the 44th pick in the second round, and I think maybe they think they can get Omar Cooper there. And so I think they're just going to say, screw it. We might as well just draft a quarterback. And if he plays in week 8 or week 9 and he's not that good, well, we got 3 first-rounders next year. We could just draft another one. Ty Simpson's just expendable to us, and I think it would just be so stupid. So stupid, and it would be so Jet. All right, let's really quickly hit the phones here. 310-840-4910. Brad, you're the big Bears fan. I'll let you handle this one before we bid you adieu. We got a youngin'. Raphael in Chicago wants to talk about who the Bears should pick. He's next up on line 1. Raphael, go ahead, brother. You got it.
Hey, Pat. I'm not going to be talking about NBA. Obviously, we're doing the draft stuff. But I just wanted to mention, bear down. Chicago Bears fans, if you're listening to this, get hyped up. They're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to have so many X Factors. The draft is never – and sorry, I'm getting a little too excited. The draft is awaiting us in 2 days, and I think what the Bears really need to do is draft a defensive lineman. They really are low in quarterback pressure rates, and
yeah. Hey, Raphael, we got to go, brother. We're up against it, so we appreciate the call. Brad, really quickly, Raphael wants the Bears to draft a defensive lineman. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's entirely on the table. I feel that defensive back is more an area of need. I think they're going to invest at maybe the best corner or the best safety on the board, likely the best safety. Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Toledo makes a ton of sense. But if they can find value along the defensive line, Raphael, you might be selling me.
There we go. All right. Brad is in. Brad can get behind a defensive lineman. I mean, just it feels like it's got to be a defensive pick, though, regardless for Chicago,
Period.
right?
Yes, no doubt about it. They don't need any help on offense.
All right, Brad, we'll be 24 hours away when we reignite tomorrow. So that's it for you tonight, brother. We'll bid you adieu.
Let's get some hits. I'll talk to you all tomorrow.
All righty, solo hours coming up next. Who's most to blame for that Knicks collapse last night? That's next. BetMGM tonight.
And it feels like everybody wants to blame Mike Brown. And Mike Brown absolutely 100% deserves some blame for what happened last night. There is no question about it. No question about it. But I'll just say this. I'm not doing the whole, Tom Thibodeau have done that? Like, Tom Thibodeau presided over some bad Knicks playoff losses, okay? So I'm not willing to do that. Did they make the right move? I still think they did. I think Tibbs had to go, just like did they hire the right guy to replace him. So Mike Brown definitely deserves some blame. Here's what I would say to everybody, whether it's pundits in the media, whether it's basketball fans, whether it's you listening or watching. At what point do we collectively start to hold these players accountable? At what point does that happen? At what point do we say, hey, Jalen Brunson, who's a superb player, all NBA caliber, he's magnificent, he's tremendous, he's great. He's not Kobe Bryant. And the way he hogs the ball, and we talked about it last year in the playoffs, right? He thinks he's Kobe. Dribble, 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 shot. Pass the ball, dude. You're not Kobe Bryant. Sorry. You're not Michael Jordan. And that's okay. He doesn't have to be Kobe to be great. He's great being himself. Stop trying to be Kobe Bryant. Pass the goddamn ball. We want to blame Mike Brown? Okay, he deserves some blame. Let me ask everybody this. Was Mike Brown the coach of the Knicks last year? Last year in the playoffs when the same BS was happening? Like, Tom Thibodeau was the scapegoat last year, and he should have been. And if the Knicks, I still think they'll win this series. I do think that they'll beat the Hawks. I don't think the season's over by any stretch of the imagination. But if they lose this series, Mike Brown's going to be the scapegoat. And this is like we talk about in the NFL, right, with the Bills and the Ravens. You're never firing the MVP quarterback. You're never trading Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. Like, the Knicks are never going to trade Jalen Brunson if they lose this first-round series. He could go 0 for 69 in every game, and they're still not going to trade him. They'll fire Mike Brown. But you know what? Like, we did this once already. We scapegoated a coach already. They're going to do it again? Like, that's what this is? We're scapegoating the coach again? Last I checked, same players. Same players. At what point is it their fault? At what point do we start blaming them? Even while acknowledging that Mike Brown made some harebrained, insane decisions in this game, at what point do we blame the players? They scored 15 points in the fourth quarter against Atlanta. And, like, I say that kind of dismissively, you know. And, like, this is what pisses me off because I said for weeks leading up to the first round, what the Knicks should do is try and get the 4 seed, right? So they can play Detroit in round 2 instead of Boston. And as it turned out, like, the Cleveland Cavaliers right now are basically, like, they're in St. Bart's instead of playing the Toronto Raptors. They're on vacation. Like, these games aren't even happening against the Raptors. Jamal Shed is starting for Toronto because Quickly's hurt. He can't score. Brandon Ingram, like, you want to talk about someone who looks like he hits the bong 24/7. Brandon Ingram can't make a shot. Are these games actually happening? Or is this like it's like a 2K and you simulate it to the end of the series and Cleveland wins? Like, the Cavaliers have a first-round bye while the Knicks are now in a knockout, drag-out fight against the Atlanta Hawks. Who could have predicted it? Oh, me. I said it. I said it. The whole thing's infuriating.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means it is time for 2 solo hours. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics I dive into. 310-840-4910. Programming note, in 1 hour from now, we'll have Sal Licata on the show, former host at WFAN. He also does shows nightly on SNY. That's the TV home of the New York Mets. Huge New York sports fan. So we'll talk to Sal about the Giants and the Jets in the draft, considering they have 4 combined picks in the top 16. They're once again very popular in this draft. Talk to him about the Mets' 11-game losing streak. Nolan McLean had a perfect game. That's no longer the case, but the Mets trying to snap an 11-game losing streak. I'll ask him about the Knicks and that collapse last night. So a lot to talk to with my good buddy Sal Licata in an hour from now. But until then, open phone lines for you, 310-840-4910. I'm going to get to the Knicks because this is the first time, really having a chance to get into it here and dive deep. I'm going to do that in just a minute, but breaking news on top of the breaking news, because I was watching the game and I saw it. Victor Wembanyama headed to the locker room about 5-6 minutes ago after he took a hard fall right on the side of his face as he was driving to the bucket, made a spin move, then fell, kind of caromed off the hardwood. Didn't look like a good sight. And in the last commercial break, I watched about a minute and a half of the TV broadcast of what happened. Kind of laid there for a little bit, about a solid 30 seconds, tried to stand up a little bit and kind of fell back down. And I said, oh, that looks like a concussion. That is not good. And right now, seconds ago from Shams Charania, Victor Wembanyama has entered concussion protocol and he is out for the remainder of Game 2 versus the Portland Trailblazers. That all of a sudden becomes a gigantic, massive break. It's the biggest sports news of the night right now. We're 2 days away from the draft. We've got the Sixers beating the Celtics right now in Game 2 in the fourth quarter. But right now, Victor Wembanyama's in concussion protocol, and he's out for the remainder of Game 2. And who knows when he's going to be back? Who knows when he will be back? Right now, the Spurs lead the Blazers 49-46. With 3 minutes left to go in the second quarter, Portland has been ahead for most of this game. San Antonio just recently pulled ahead here, but that was a nasty fall. That was a nasty fall. And there was some captions, social media, everybody does stuff for clicks and they kind of, they can get out of hand with what is actually happening. But one account that I saw who posted the clip said, lying there motionless. And he really didn't move much for a good solid 10 to 15 seconds before it looked like he was just laying there, trying to collect himself. And then it looked like he tried to roll over and get to his knees and he kind of just fell back down. And that's when I saw that in the last commercial break. I didn't think it was good. And he's in concussion protocol and they've already ruled him out. So hard to say. Hard to not think that Wembanyama's got a concussion. And now the Spurs are going to be without him for the rest of game 2. Now they can still win this game. They're up by 6. Julian Champagnie just hit a big 3. And the Spurs are still a better team than the Portland Trailblazers, even without Wembanyama. But the real concern now becomes the rest of this series. Because the Blazers, if Wemby doesn't play in games 3 or games 4, the Blazers can win both of those games. At home, I still trust the Spurs that they can win this. They don't appear to be rattled by the emotional shock of what happened. But then going on the road and having a win, and game 3 would be Friday, so they would get the benefit the Spurs would of having 2 days off before the next game. And then game 4 would be Sunday in Portland. If Victor Wembanyama is in concussion protocol and he's got a concussion, again, think about how often we see that in the NFL. It's generally about a week, depending on the severity of the concussion. Again, I watched it. He didn't really have his hands to brace himself from that fall. He kind of hit face first onto the hardwood after going down, after trying to make a spin move to the bucket. It was not pretty. Assuming this could end up being a week absence, he's going to miss game 3. He's going to miss game 4. And he might miss game 5 back in San Antonio on Tuesday. This series just got not 50-50, but it's real close to 50-50 if Wemby ends up having to miss at least 3 games, which is a possibility. It's pure speculation. I have no idea how long he's going to be in the concussion protocol, but they already ruled him out for the remainder of game 2, and it happened 10 minutes ago. So that should tell you with about 99% confidence he's got a concussion. And that is not something he's going to get rushed back from quickly. I don't care that this is not football and it's basketball. It does not matter. It's a contact sport. You do not want the face of your franchise and the next potential face of the league to be rushed back from a concussion when San Antonio should still be able to win this series without him. But then again, this team doesn't have a whole lot of playoff experience. And without Wembanyama's 35 points in game 1, Portland might have won that game. And they might win this game. If Portland wins this game, then all of a sudden it gets real scary. This almost becomes, in my opinion, a must-win game now for the Spurs. They're up by 2, right near the end of the second quarter. But Wemby is out for the rest of the game in concussion protocol. We will continue to keep you monitored throughout the remainder of this game. And then meanwhile, Sixers lead the Celtics 91-84 with 8.5 minutes left to go in the game. So we'll keep you posted on that. I'll get you some hockey scores in a bit, but I do want to get to my planned segment, which is, as a diehard Knicks fan, who the hell is to blame for this disgusting collapse last night? I was on the air. We had about 10 minutes left to go in the show right before it ended. And I saw the Knicks, their lead, get cut down from double digits to about 3 or 4. And I'm trying to keep it together on the air, trying to do a show while, being a diehard fan of a team that's in the playoffs and having gotten to the finals in over 2 decades. And it's been a long, long time before the Knicks were even freaking good. Now they're consistently good. Then they build the lead back up to 8. And I'm like, okay, I can finish the show. I don't have to worry about my mind being in 2 places. I look back right before going to a commercial break, and all of a sudden the Knicks are losing. And they end up losing. And if you haven't seen it by now, that last play, CJ McCollum with the Hawks up by 1 point, misses both free throws. The Knicks get the rebound. They don't call a timeout. The NBC Peacock scorebook shows they have a timeout. Josh Hart passes it ahead to Mikal Bridges, who takes a contested mid-range, nearly fadeaway jumper from about 20 feet, and he bricks it. And the Hawks win. And what feels like now is becoming an annual tradition for the New York Knicks, they blow a sizable double-digit fourth quarter lead in the postseason and lose a game, especially at home. Outscored 28-15 in the fourth quarter by the Atlanta Hawks. CJ McCollum dominating, becoming the latest Madison Square Garden villain. Who's to blame for this loss? There's a lot to get worked through the end of that game, but for me, first and foremost, it's the head coach. It's Mike Brown. He's most to blame for this Knicks loss. There's a lot of slices of blame pie to go around, but the way the Knicks lost this game, all throughout the game, there was mistakes from Mike Brown. And I'm somebody, by the way, that a year ago, when the Knicks got bounced by the Indiana Pacers, I said on my old show, I said it feels like it might be time for Tom Thibodeau to go. It might be time for the Knicks to fire Tibbs. And the blowback that I got, you're crazy, you're nuts. They finally get to the conference finals. You want to fire the guy? Are you kidding me? You're a real Knicks fan. You don't sound like one. You're a loser. Okay. And a lot of my Knick fan friends were saying that. The Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau a couple days later. And when they end up choosing Mike Brown, a big part of the reason why was that he wasn't going to run the star players into the ground in the regular season like Tom Thibodeau always did. And like he had a knack for doing with the Chicago Bulls. And it was really freaking unfortunate that Derrick Rose tore his ACL in the midst of one of the great Bulls seasons ever and never was really the same player again. And was that a byproduct of Tom Thibodeau playing, his starters 40 minutes routinely every night, or was it bound to happen either way? It's a great mystery that we'll never really be able to answer with certainty. But I think Tom Thibodeau had reached his ceiling with the New York Knicks. So when Mike Brown came in, it was, hey, we're going to play the bench guys more. Great. Awesome. Love that. In the regular season, tremendous. Jalen Brunson shouldn't be playing 42 minutes in a game in January against the Utah Jazz that the Knicks find themselves in a dogfight on a back-to-back, just so you can get an extra win and make sure that you maybe have a chance at the 2 seed. That's what Tom Thibodeau was doing for the last 4 or 5 years as the Knicks coach. Now, Mike Brown, he did play his bench a lot more, and the Knicks were better off for it. And in the regular season, that's great. But when Mike Brown runs out a rotation yesterday in the second quarter that doesn't have Jalen Brunson or Karl Anthony Towns on the floor, which, by the way, should never happen. Look at any other great team in the NBA. You let me know how many minutes this year since Jason Tatum came back, how many minutes for the Boston Celtics were played where neither Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown were on the floor. I bet you it's 0. How many minutes this year for the Denver Nuggets were there where neither Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray were on the floor? I bet you it was probably close to 0 the entire season, let alone in a playoff game. And the Knicks had a lineup out there that had no Jalen Brunson and no Karl Anthony Towns, your 2 best players. That simply cannot happen. And Mike Brown did it in the second quarter, and then he runs out a lineup in the fourth quarter to start the fourth quarter with the Knicks up by 14. That also you just shouldn't see in a playoff game. And because of that, the Knicks had a nearly double-digit lead in the second quarter, got trimmed to 1. The Knicks had a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter. They collapse and lose. And part of the reason is because Mike Brown treated this like a game in November, treating it like a back-to-back game with, all right, let's just try out some rotations. Mike Brown is the number one reason why the Knicks lost this game last night. And he's lucky that NBC, that score bug was wrong, because if he had a timeout and didn't call it, then my goodness. I was close to eviscerating him last night, but I wasn't entirely sure if the Knicks had a timeout or not. I'm watching it happen in live time. And I did say at the time, if the Knicks didn't have a timeout, that's a disgrace. If the Knicks had a timeout and they didn't call it, that's a disgrace. Now they didn't. That was, NBC, they threw us through a loop. They put a timeout on the score bug between McCollum's missed free throws. I feel bad for our guy Noah Eagle, who's going to join us tomorrow on the show, 9 p.m. Eastern, because he must have gotten told in his ear, hey, the Knicks have a timeout. So him and Jamal Crawford were talking about it. The Knicks actually didn't have a timeout. But Mike Brown with those rotations and specifically not getting it through to Jalen Brunson's head to be a better point guard and not getting it through to Karl Anthony Towns to get him the freaking ball, to run sets to get Cat the ball, who kind of disappeared once again down the stretch in the fourth quarter because he wasn't getting enough touches. That's on Mike Brown. And Jalen Brunson is probably the second biggest reason why the Knicks lost the game. Mike Brown's got to tell him, you're the point guard, stop taking every shot. Jalen Brunson took almost every single field goal attempt from the New York Knicks in the final 4 minutes of the game. The only one he didn't take was the last shot of the game by Mikal Bridges. Jalen Brunson took 26 shots last night. Nobody else on the Knicks took more than 12. There will be certain times where most of your other starters aren't contributing, aren't playing well, and you need your star player to just go be a bucket and go win you a game. That was not the case last night. That was not the case. Josh Hart was playing well. Karl Anthony Towns finished 8 for 12 from the field. Shot 75%. OG Anunoby was 4 for 9. And yet Jalen Brunson took just about every single shot in the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, and he was ball hogging before that. I love Jalen Brunson. He has single-handedly changed the New York Knicks. He has elevated their ceiling to a championship contender when he came here from the Dallas Mavericks to be a New York Knick. But my God, I can't stand the ISO hero ball from Jalen Brunson. I can't stand the pounding of the rock into the ground over and over and over and over again when there are better options, when the Knicks offense becomes stagnant, when there are bystanders. We had Danny Green on the show yesterday, 3-time NBA champion. He said going into the playoffs, he goes, look, it looks like there's some disconnectedness from the Knicks. I could see them self-imploding. Well, they self-imploded last night. And Jalen Brunson is the number 2 reason why. Karl Anthony Towns is probably third. And you can see the pattern there. I put the most blame on the coach, and then I put the second and third most blame on the 2 star players. And yep, it's Mike Brown's fault that Karl Anthony Towns was not getting touches in the fourth quarter when the Knicks lead is dwindling from 14 to 9 to 5 to 2 to losing the game to lose the game. But also Karl Anthony, this has been a constant topic of conversation for the last 2 years. Karl Anthony Towns, unless he is force-fed the ball, is very happy to just be a bystander, to just watch the game happen, to watch it unfold before his eyes, to not have that alpha mentality, to not be the assassin the Knicks need him to be. And for a guy that shoots 8 for 12 from the field, has 18 points and 8 rebounds, and was playing some damn good ball, was taking over this game, and then the Hawks put Jonathan Kuminga on him and didn't allow Karl Anthony Towns to get through screens, and it was like, oh, all right, well, I guess Cat's just going to stay over by the side, and Jalen Brunson will take every single shot. There has to be an adjustment, and for Karl Anthony Towns, you just have to will yourself into the game more. He didn't take a single free throw. Karl Anthony Towns, who is 7 feet tall, 250 pounds, did not take one free throw last night. When the Knicks lead is dwindling, how do you not just say, give me the ball, I'm getting downhill, nobody can guard me, and that's it. And if you're going to foul me, I'm going to hit my free throws. He didn't take one. Didn't take a single free throw. Onyeka Okongwu can't guard Karl Anthony Towns. Jalen Johnson can't guard Karl Anthony Towns. Jonathan Kuminga shouldn't be able to guard Karl Anthony Towns one-on-one. So it's a disgusting collapse from the Knicks. I still have more than enough faith that they're going to win this series. I said Knicks in 6 before. I said they wouldn't make it easy. And because of moments like this. Because last year, when they had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter in Game 1 against the Pacers and smoked it and blew it and collapsed. They've done it before. I don't know how many more times they're going to continue to do it because they're not going to get to the NBA Finals if they do it. But Mike Brown is the guy that I applauded when he was hired as the Knicks head coach, and he made some mistakes in the regular season. But now that every game matters in the playoffs, he made a gigantic mistake last night with the way he coached this game, and the Knicks better hope it doesn't cost them their season. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. And look, I got to give credit to the Atlanta Hawks. I mean, right, it wasn't all just the Knicks collapsing and giving them the game. CJ McCollum took it. And after the game, basically, he got asked, he's like, were you hunting Jalen Brunson on defense? He goes, what do you think? He goes, what do you think? He goes, yeah. You know, he whether it was inadvertent or it was not, kicked Brunson in the raisins in Game 1. Now he's getting FU McCollum chants from MSG. And then he embraced it. He scored 32 points. Yeah, classic. Just another edition of that happening at Madison Square Garden. Vilifying somebody, and then they end up being the best player on the floor in a game. You know, Kuminga, who for months I was screaming, especially to our guy Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, free Kuminga. The guy's going to be an all-star. He's going to help out a playoff team this year. 19 points last night and had Karl Anthony Towns locked up in the fourth quarter. Not that he should have. Not that Karl Anthony Towns should have allowed himself to be locked up, but that was the case. He took Cat out of that game once they put him on him and had him, follow him all around all the screens that he was trying to get through. Jalen Johnson played poorly again. Played poorly. Got off to such a terrible start in this game. That's the Hawks' best player. So if the Knicks take him out of the game, they're going to win this. They might sweep. And CJ McCollum, who is torching them. So now you got yourself a series. And I didn't think it was going to be easy, but man, when the Knicks are up by 14 in the fourth quarter, I thought it was going to be 2-0. Not the case. 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. The Sixers are closing in on a massive upset in Game 2 in Boston. We'll get you an update on that when we come back. And again, Victor Wembanyama ruled out for the rest of Game 2 for the Spurs. He's in concussion protocol, and we got a tie game at the half in San Antonio. We'll get you updated on that. And I got plenty of NHL playoff takeaways from last night's games and the games going on right now. We'll get you updated on all things playoffs when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Is there right now a rivalry that is better and more entertaining than the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Denver Nuggets? This is right now the single best rivalry in all of sports. I understand that it doesn't have the history of like Yankees Red Sox. I get it. I know that like the Bills and Chiefs in the Allen Mahomes era have played a lot of like playoff games against each other. I understand. We had Brady versus Manning. I get it. But team v team right now, the most intense, the most vitriolic, the most edgy, and the most evenly matched rivalry in sports is this one with the Nuggets and Timberwolves. In an era of sports where everything is sanitized and players hug each other after games, right? And I know I'm sounding like an old man again here. And everyone's buddy-buddy, and LeBron and company are on the banana boat in the offseason. You know what we could use? Some good, old-fashioned hatred. Take a listen to what Minnesota Timberwolves forward Jaden McDaniels had to say last night after the game about the Denver Nuggets' defensive prowess or lack thereof.
Go out, Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Like, just go at them.
They're all bad defenders.
Yeah, they're all bad defenders.
You have, like Knicks fans, for example, trying to turn C.J. McCollum into a villain, right? It's manufactured. It's not real. This is real. They hate each other. Did you see Anthony Edwards and Jokic getting into it at the end of the game, shoving each other with a couple minutes to play? Do you remember a couple years ago that epic 7-game series with Minnesota winning the first 2 in Denver, Denver winning the next 3, including 2 in Minnesota, Wolves blowing them out in Game 6, and then a huge comeback in Game 7 to knock the Nuggets out, ending Denver's bid to repeat as NBA champions? Do you understand that in the last 30 games these two teams have played against each other, including playoffs, 15 wins apiece for each? And out of any series in the NBA playoffs, it's not even close. This has been the best one. Minnesota and Denver. So you can take the Iron Bowl. You can take the big game. You can take Steelers, Ravens. You can take Yankees, Red Sox. Whatever rivalry you want to throw out there, you can have it. If I can watch one big game between rivals in all of sports, I want to see Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
I believe that they will. And this is not Met fan Sal. Like, I hate that. Yeah, I'm the optimist. I mean, come on, please. There's nobody. I'll rip everybody whenever need be. I'm going to give them. I could be proven wrong. It has happened before. I believed in the way that David Stearns built this team coming into the year. I'm not getting away from that after 22 games, even with an embarrassing 11 straight losses. Soto coming back, whenever that may be, tonight or tomorrow. McClain on the mound tonight. A soft schedule at home. If they don't go minimum 6-3, then I will put the fork in the 2026 New York Mets. I know it sounds asinine or impossible to see right now. Same way it was in 2024 when they turned that season around. I thought they were left for dead. 100% in my mind. I never thought they'd see 500 again. I still believe this team will turn it around at least to a respectable level. Starting tonight, they'll have a good homestand. And they may not be a very good team overall all year, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as this, and I don't think they're going to bottom out.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, let's get you a couple of NBA playoff scoreboard updates, and then we'll switch over to the ice and talk some puck. But we've got a series between the Celtics and the Sixers. Philadelphia is on the verge of winning Game 2. They're up 111-97 with 30 seconds to go. The Philadelphia 76ers, after getting smoked by 32 points on Saturday, and they were down 13 points in the first quarter here in this game tonight, they storm back And behind a double-double, a 30-point double-double by the rookie VJ Edgecombe, the Sixers beat the Celtics. And this is now a game apiece in the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. The 2 versus the 7 seed. 111-97 looks like it's going to be your final score. VJ Edgecombe with 30 points and 10 rebounds. Tyrese Maxey with 29 points and 9 assists. Paul George added 19. And without Joel Embiid, who they're hoping maybe returns for game 3 after the emergency appendectomy, the Sixers have stole one in Boston, and they're headed back to the city of brotherly love, tied up at a game apiece. Oh, that is a massive upset. And look, I mean, we broke this game down before it started. I said, look, the Celtics, this is their DNA. They win game 1 by 20 to 30 points. And then under Joe Mazzulla, game 2, they kind of they throw in a clunker. They just kind of bleep the bed. Like they show up and they're like, this game doesn't matter. And that's how it looked. I mean, after they were up 26-13 in the first quarter. And from that moment, they stopped hitting their threes. And it was like, all right, we'll just keep jacking threes all game long. And if we don't make them, whatever. We'll still probably win the series. Like, there's no other way to describe how this keeps happening to the Celtics. They're now 1-4-1 covering the spread after they win game 1 and cover game 1. Game 2 is the letdown game, and it's normally at home in Boston. They did it last year against the Heat. They've done it in other series. I mean, this is just who they are. And even if Joel Embiid comes back and plays in game 3 and plays the rest of the series, I still think Boston wins it. And do I think this game itself has any bearings on their ability to win a championship this year? I don't. I still think my Knicks are going to beat them, though, in the second round. Assuming the Knicks don't get bounced by the Hawks. But, this is just who the Celtics are. They blow out the opposition in game 1, and they kind of just take game 2 off. Jaylen Brown had 36 points and 7 rebounds. And Jason Tatum had 19 points, 14 rebounds, and 9 assists. That was it. Nobody else scored in double figures. Nobody. Sam Hauser, 2 for 8 from deep. Derek White, 2 for 10 from deep. Peyton Pritchard, 0 for 4 from deep. Vucevic, 1 for 4 from deep. They went 13 for 50 from three-point land. 13 for 50. That is god-awful. And they only took 18 free throws. And I was watching the game in the quad box the entire night, and there didn't seem to be a ton of urgency for the Boston Celtics to will their way to the free throw line. To just, when the threes aren't going down, to get downhill and make it physical and get to the bucket. They didn't do it. They didn't do it, and it didn't really seem like they cared to do it. And there's an arrogance in that. There is an arrogance in that. And that's, look, and when the Knicks sent them home last year, I don't remember watching that series and thinking that was the theme, right? That series was physical. It wasn't just like, all right, if the Celtics aren't hitting their threes, they're not going to adjust. No, they tried to adjust, and the Knicks had them matched. The Knicks played a nearly flawless series defensively. So I don't think that is going to continue to happen in a series that is more 50-50. It's these first or second rounds when the Celtics play a team that they're clearly better than, and they know they're going to win the series against. They throw in a clunker. And they have to hope that it doesn't cost them now. Because who knows? Maybe Joel Embiid does come back for game 3. And maybe he looks like prime Joel Embiid. Again, I highly doubt it. And I still think the Celtics win this series. It could be in 5, honestly. They could win 3 in a row here. It wouldn't shock me one bit. But what if this is 2-2, heading back to Boston? What if it's 2-2? and Joel Embiid is back, and he looks great. Then all of a sudden, all the concerns and all the question marks about, well, the Celtics really haven't played most of this season with Jason Tatum, and this is a new team. This isn't the team from last year. This isn't the championship team from 2 years ago. You know, you got Nehemiah Shkita playing significant minutes. You got Sam Hauser playing significant minutes. You got Nikola Vucevic playing significant minutes, who, by the way, also missed a good chunk of time this year with a broken thumb after they traded for him. Now that you got playoff rotations and playoff lineups set here, not that easy. Not that easy to adjust if plan A isn't working. When you've only played a handful of games with Tatum and with Vucevic. This isn't the same rotation, the same squad from last year. So I still feel pretty confident that Boston's going to win this series and not even have to face a game 7. But they let one slip right through their hands today because of arrogance, because they weren't hitting their threes and they said, screw it, we're just going to keep shooting threes no matter what. And VJ Edgecombe took it to them. He cooked them. Tyrese Maxey was cooking them. And they got enough from their role players. They got enough from Paul George. They got enough from Kelly Oubre. And they got good contests on the perimeter. I mean, they know what the Celtics game plan is. It's this just jack a ton of threes. And they were there to defend and contest just about every single one of them. So the Sixers win at 111-97. That series with the Celtics tied up at a game apiece. All right, the big news of the night, we gave it to you about a half hour ago. Victor Wembanyama, Wemby, the first ever unanimous NBA Defensive Player of the Year, the youngest ever NBA Defensive Player of the Year, and one of the top 5 players on the planet already, is out for the remainder of Game 2, and he's in concussion protocol. Got knocked out of the game after he took a hard fall, landed right on his face, trying to make a spin move to the bucket. And we got a dogfight in San Antonio. The Spurs lead the Blazers 63-59, early stages of the third quarter. Again, the Spurs won Game 1, so they're looking to take a 2-0 lead, but Wemby got put in concussion protocol and got ruled out maybe 10 minutes of real time after he suffered that fall. So I'd say there's pretty good likeliness that it's a concussion and that he might end up missing Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5 is a week from today. Just think about how you think about it in the NFL, concussion protocol. And I know this isn't the NFL. You know, they're not wearing helmets and colliding at full speed, but it is still a contact sport. If he's in concussion protocol, you get a concussion, that could take up to a week. It might take more. If the Blazers can win this game, you've got yourselves a series. If Victor Wembanyama gets knocked out of the game early second quarter and the Spurs still hang on and win, I don't care that it's in San Antonio. I think they're still going to win the series. So this is a must-win game now for Portland. Throw out the old cliche, the old adage of a series doesn't start till the home team loses. If you can't beat the Spurs in a game that they led for most of the first half, and it's a one-possession game right now, and Wemby is out, if you can't win this game, you're not winning the series. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care what happens back in Portland. I don't care. The Blazers have to win this game now. Scoot Henderson's got 19. Denny Avdia's got 12. And for San Antonio, De'Aaron Fox has 13 points. Stephon Castle has 12. So keep you monitored on that game. But let's get to some puck here. Phone number to join the show, by the way, in case you want to weigh in on anything NBA, is 310-840-4910. Let's get you some hockey updates here. 2 games going on right now. The Canadiens, after falling into a 1-0 deficit, they now lead the Lightning 2-1. Lane Hudson scored on the power play at the end of the first period. There's been a couple of brawls between these two teams. I think at one point there were 9 players in the penalty box. It's been a hell of a game from what I've been able to catch. And then Josh Anderson, right at the end of the second period, scored to put the Canadiens up 2-1. There's 14 minutes left to go in the third period, and they won Game 1 in overtime. So they are 14 minutes away from stealing both games on the road and going back up north to Montreal with a 2-0 lead. And then in Buffalo, the Bruins, we'll see if they choke this one away. Remember, they were up 2-0 in the third period in Game 1. before the Buffalo Sabres blitzed them for 4 goals in a 6-minute span. The Bruins are up 3-0 going into the third period this time. Can they hold on and even this series up at a game apiece? Victor Arvidsson scored, then Morgan Geekie, and then Pavel Zacha on the power play. A dominant second period from the Boston Bruins, silencing Josh Allen, who's in attendance, and most of the Buffalo Sabres fans. So there's your 2 scoreboard updates there on the ice. And then how about this? On the diamond, the New York Mets, losers of 11 straight games coming into tonight. Their starter, Nolan McLean, had a perfect game going into the 6th inning. The Mets were up 3-0, and Nolan McLean was working on a perfecto going into the 6th inning. Not only did he lose the perfect game and the shutout, Byron Buxton hit a 2-run bomb. Then Devin Williams blew it, and now the Twins are up 4-3 and have bases loaded in the top of the 9th with nobody out. And it now looks pretty damn likely that the Mets are going to lose their 12th consecutive game. My goodness. My goodness. I mean, I don't know how manager Carlos Mendoza makes it to the month of May. I don't know how that happens. This, by the way, the Mets losing streak at 11 games, this is the longest since 2004. Let's see what their longest franchise losing streak is. I believe it's somewhere in the 20s. I did see something about that today. But this current 11-game losing streak is the longest since they lost 11 in a row in 2004. And they just walked in a run to make it 5-3. I mean, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Their record is a 17-game losing streak in 1962. And they're playing 3 games against the Twins. And then they play the Colorado Rockies later this week. If they don't win a game in the next 2 to 3 days here. I don't even know what to say. Carlos Mendoza will be gone. President David Stearns might be gone. Owner Steve Cohen, by the way, everything he touches, except for money, being the multi-billionaire investor that he is, but everything he touches sports-wise loses, because he was front row at Madison Square Garden last night. And I truly believe he was the biggest reason why the Knicks blew that 14-point lead against the Hawks. Steve Cohen, everything he touches sports-wise loses. And right now, the Mets are down 5-3 on the verge of losing their 12th game in a row in a game where their pitcher had a perfect game going into the 6th inning. You can't make it up. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll get you some more baseball score updates. I've got some thoughts on that T-Wolves Nuggets game last night and that series, because I was up until about 1:30 in the morning local time watching it. It was a great watch. The tide may have turned in that series. We'll talk about it when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
McCollum has played the majority of his career in the Western Conference. He is a good and at points has been a very good player. He is not a great player. So we're just going to take anyone that plays well, and now he's a villain. Like we always need a villain. What is this, Batman? Like Spider-Man? Like, it doesn't have to be like this. Not everything has to be elevated to villain. We don't need a villain. Also, like, he kicked our ass last night. Great job. Like, you really rattled C.J. McCollum as he's hitting dagger after dagger in the fourth quarter as the Hawks come back and win the game. Pathetic. It is pathetic. Pathetic. And I don't even care necessarily about, like, let's all go out on 7th Avenue after we lose and film the social. That's whatever. It's what happens in the Garden that really bothers me. What happens in the Garden that really gets under my skin. Like, save the vitriol for Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum in round 2 if they're fortunate enough to get there. Save it for Cade Cunningham. Save it for Donovan Mitchell. Save it for James Harden. If you're lucky enough to make the finals, save it for SGA, for Chet Holmgren, for J-Dub. Save it for Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray. Save it for Victor Wembanyama and Steph Castle. C.J. McCollum? So, like, the Knicks play the Celtics in round 2. If Baylor Shireman scores 25 points, we're going to chant, F you, Baylor, like Art Briles is still the coach? Like, anyone plays well, we're just going to F you to this person. And I'm going to I'll do the old man bit here. I'll tell you what, I love to drop F-bombs all the time in my regular life. Like, enough. Enough. And you don't have to like this part of what I'm saying. I don't care. Imagine, like, you're a dad or a mom, and you want to bring your kid to a playoff game, and you have these idiots at Madison Square Garden, these losers at the Garden who are it's just F, 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 F the whole time. And again, no one loves to curse more than me. And you know that if you follow me on social, if you've listened to me in the past, watched me throughout my career. I love to curse. Enough. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. F Trae Young. Really? F you, CJ. Are we losers? Yes, right? I get it now. I have said on this show for years, and that's the other thing, right? Like, it was one thing, and I'm really just feeling this way now. I have actually defended the conduct of the Knicks fan for years now since they've been good. For years. You've been out of the playoffs so long. Yeah, get excited when you win one playoff game. I understand. Do you want a chance? We want Boston? I get it. I'm not going to get really that upset about it. I understand. It's now reached the point where the Knicks win 50 games basically every season with this core, right? They haven't won a championship, but they're in the playoffs every year. It's time to start acting like you've been there before. It's time to start acting like you belong in the postseason. F Trae Young. He's on the Wizards. F CJ McCollum, because he scores 30 points, one of the nicest guys in the league. It is pathetic, loser, embarrassing energy. This is an embarrassing fan base. And there's no defending it anymore. There's no defending this. We're behaving like we haven't been to the playoffs in 30 years. We were in the Eastern Conference Final last year. Grow up. You're embarrassing us. We're the New York Knicks. Start acting like it.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Going to be joined by my good buddy Sal Licata in just over 10 minutes from now. And man, he is going to be in rare form. I do not know what version of Sal Licata we are going to get because he's a big Mets fan. He's doing a show tonight on TV, on SNY, the TV home of the New York Mets. It's like kind of TV version of New York sports radio, if you will. But he's a diehard Mets fan, and he's a diehard Knicks fan like me. So the collapse last night from the Knicks, and tonight the Mets, losers of 11 in a row. Nolan McLean was throwing a perfect game going into the sixth inning, and the Mets were up 3-0. They now trail 5-3 going into the bottom of the ninth. Last licks before they lose their 12th straight game. So we're going to talk to Sal in just over 10 minutes. You won't want to miss that. For those of you that are listening and you don't know who Sal Licata is, make sure you subscribe to his YouTube show. Oh, you're going to be in for a treat. I promise you that. So there's one scoreboard update for Major League Baseball. The Yankees blanked the Red Sox 4-0. Giancarlo Stanton, vintage Big G, vintage Big Giancarlo Stanton. Solo shot in the second, 2-run double in the sixth. Randall Grichuk added an RBI double in the eighth, and the Yankees got 6 1/3 shutout innings from Luis Gil as he outduels the Red Sox young lefty Connolly Early, who I may or may not have called Cleanthony earlier in the show. Shout out Cleanthony Early, the Wichita State Shocker, the former New York Knick Cleanthony Early. He outduels Connolly Early, and the Yankees win 4-0 against the Sox. That game on Thursday, which is going to be on Fox and FS1, that's must-watch game. That's Cam Schlittler, Boston native, Yankee great, shut the Red Sox down in the wild card round last year in Game 3 in the winner-take-all game. And he's been getting death threats this week by Red Sox fans. So he's embracing it. Cannot wait for that game on Thursday, but the Yanks beat the Sox 4-0. And let's see. We'll get you some more baseball scoreboard updates in a bit, but I wanted to mention this T-Wolves Nuggets game last night because it finished, like I said, 1:30 in the morning. I was half awake by the time it finished. It was phenomenal. It was a phenomenal finish, and I thought the Minnesota Timberwolves really did a good job of adjusting their game plan from what was a brutal game plan in Game 1. Game 1, there were 42 fouls. It was physical. Jokic had a bloody nose. There was a bunch of technical fouls given out. And it wasn't. And by the way, last night there were 54 fouls. So there were even more fouls in Game 2 last night than there were in Game 1. And you got both coaches already kind of pandering to the refs. So like, oh, it's just hard to play a game when their guys go with their shoulder and they get the call and we don't get the call. And like that's just part of the politicking you're gonna hear and see in the NBA playoffs. But I thought Minnesota, the Timberwolves in Game 1, thought that they had to like muck it up and make it physical and gritty and chippy and intense in order to have an edge because they couldn't hang with Denver. And I thought in Game 2, yes, there was a lot of fouls again. There was more fouls. It was just as intense. You had Jokic and Anthony Edwards kind of get into it a little bit. Because Ant-Man had the ball after a whistle got blown, and Jokic and Denver wanted to inbound it quickly. Jokic tries to grab it from him. They kind of push and shove a little bit. Nothing crazy. But for the most part, I thought Minnesota just focused on executing their offensive game plan, and I thought it was great. I mean, they were down by 19 in the first half of this game, and they just chipped away, started hitting their threes. Julius Randle had a big second half. Jaden McDaniels had a big second half. And then after the game, he basically said that the Nuggets are terrible defenders and all they do is foul. So look, this has turned into one of the great rivalries here in the NBA and in all of sports over the last couple of years. The T-Wolves knocked the Nuggets out in the second round 2 years ago. They came from 20 points down in that game in Game 7 in Denver to do it. And now they came from 19 points down in the first half last night to win this game. So I said this was going to be the best first-round series in the playoffs, and it's lived up to the hype so far because it's intense, it's fierce, it's physical. Well, all the star players are showing out. Anthony Edwards had 30 points and a double-double last night. Jamal Murray had another 30-burger. Jokic had 24 points, 15 rebounds, and 8 assists. And these games are coming down to the wire. And it's a damn shame that one of these teams is going to go home after this round. Because I think Denver is going to beat San Antonio in the second round if they face each other. And honestly, I think Minnesota could knock out San Antonio in the second round as well. I mean, let's not forget the T-Wolves have been to the conference finals 2 straight seasons. And they kind of sputtered their way through the regular season, but I think you have to admit and you have to acknowledge that that's just kind of who they are. They'll be up and down throughout the regular season, but then come playoff time, this team turns it on. And the way that they came from behind last night to win that game against Denver, they know how to beat the Nuggets. They know how to beat them. They knocked them out 2 years ago, came from 19 down last night. They know how to beat this Nuggets team. So this series is absolutely popcorn. I cannot wait for the rest of it with Game 3 coming up in a couple of days. But the Nuggets and T-Wolves tied at 1 apiece. The Celtics and Sixers tied at 1 apiece. The Knicks and the Hawks tied at 1 apiece. Will the Blazers tie the Spurs up at 1 apiece with Victor Wembanyama ruled out for the rest of this game in concussion protocol? We'll get you updated, but we'll kick off hour number 5 coming up next with Sal Licata. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
So Nnamdi Madubuike is one of the best defensive tackles in football. He's tremendous. And the Ravens' run defense and defense in general, and remember that Monday night game against the Lions early in the year when the Lions just ran it down their throats with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery? Like, all of that started when Madubuike got hurt, when he hurt his neck. And I have said over the course of this offseason, right, since Baltimore lost week 18 on NBC, we'll tie that in a moment, to the Pittsburgh Steelers on Football Night in America, Sunday Night Football, final game of the season, that this is an important piece for the Ravens, that they need to get this guy back. And the Ravens had spoke at the league meetings and at the combine that they were optimistic that he'd be able to play. Now it feels like he's going to play. He is, I know that the average fan, and I don't mean that to insult the average fan, I am like a 99th percentile fan, and I know all this stuff, both because I love it, also because it's my job. Because you've got a job that you have probably, if you're listening to or watching the show, that doesn't involve like combing through sports stories all day like mine does. It's my job to inform you, right? It's my job to entertain you and to know these things so you can go about your life doing the things that you need to do. I'm in the weeds so you don't have to be. Nnamdi Madubuike is an incredibly important and impactful player to the Baltimore Ravens and will be when he returns to the field. Again, whether that's week 1, 5, 10, 15, 18, I have no idea. He will be a hugely important chess piece for Jesse Minter, the new head coach of the Ravens, and this new defensive scheme. And obviously, like, it's great that he's going to be able to resume playing because it felt like his career might be over. So very happy for the young man, Nnamdi Madubuike, and this is, if you're a Ravens fan, a huge deal for the Ravens. And I do think, with Jesse Minter now as the coach, with the Steelers and the 3-ring circus right now with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy as the co-ringmasters, I like Cincy's offseason. They're hard to trust. The Browns are in the toilet, literally and figuratively. I think the Ravens will be atop the AFC North again this year. And I'm feeling a Ravens-Bills AFC Championship game next January.
I put him at the wheel backer, and I just allow him to flow. You're going to let this guy just get back there, cover up everyone up in front, and he can make play after play, such as his counterpart there, or I should say his teammate, Sonny Styles, at the inside backer position of Ohio State. But all the negativity I'm hearing about the Bain kid, here's a guy that can play three technique, but as you mentioned, can set the edge and is a tough dude versus the run. And not just that, I think he's an elite pass rusher. And everyone looks at his size. What, he's about 6'2" on a good day? Who gives a damn? You remember Dwight Freeney? Do you remember Dwight Freeney was 6-time Pro Bowl? I think Freeney is a Hall of Famer. If not, he probably will be. But there was another guy for the Colts, Robert Mathis. He's the leading career sack leader for the Colts. He was under 6'3". So you can look throughout the history and see guys who were similar size to Bain, and they excel at the NFL level. But Bain is such a violent player. That's what stands out. He's so violent, and he should garner more attention to his athleticism than people are giving. And all this was ankle flexion. What the fudge does that mean? His ankle flex is enough for him to help lead his team to a national title opportunity. The stuff they come up with, I mean, the closer we get to the job. Well, his pinky toe was pointing the wrong. Shut the fudge
A
up.
shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 kicks off right now, and he's got to do TV in about 20, 30 minutes from now, so I don't have him for long. I want to get to him right away here. We kick off the final hour with my good buddy, Sal Licata, former host at WFAN, host of the Sal Licata Show on YouTube. Make sure you check it out and subscribe to it. And also does nightly shows on SNY, including Baseball Night in New York. That's the TV home of the New York Mets. Sal, what just happened at Citi Field? First of all, how are you, brother? It's been a while. I hope you're doing good. How are things?
Well, I mean, I'm fine personally. I am sick to my stomach at what I just witnessed with the Mets. It's like as bad as I've ever seen. I actually can't believe. I can believe it, but I can't believe it. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense. It adds up when you think like, well, McLean's on the mound and the Mets are going to get back in the win column and they have a 3-0 lead. Lindor, it's a home run. You're thinking, all right, they should probably win this game and just move on, but ultimately, as a Mets fan, especially watching this team through the last 2 weeks, you kind of expected if something could go wrong, it would. And, of course, it did. So I'm okay personally, Pat. Thanks for asking. But I'm sick to my stomach watching the team that I grew up rooting for.
I mean, it's now 12 losses in a row. And like, it's a comedy how they lose this game tonight. You mentioned Noah McLean. He had a perfect game going into the 6th inning. You're up 3-0, and then you find yourself in a tie game. Devin Williams comes in. He can't find the strike zone. He can't even field a bunt. He can't get anybody out. And it's another meltdown loss. So, I mean, 12 straight losses. Is it time to fire Carlos Mendoza yet?
I mean, look, every loss is leading toward that. I don't think that he should be fired, period. I think he's a good manager, but this is what happens. You know, in sports, when you go on bad losing streaks, when you underachieve to this extent, even if it is, in fact, early, I mean, losing 12 games in a row is absurd. So I don't know a manager in the world who would keep their job after 12 games. I don't care what month it happens. So I'm sure he's going to be – his seat is getting hotter by the day. They've talked about it and given him support and said that it's not imminent, but this was before they got swept by the Cubs. Since then, it's been now 4 more straight losses. It doesn't seem like there are going to be any signs to get out of this thing. So if Mendy's going to keep his job, like I suggest they start winning now. It's got to stop. So my issue is, okay, great, they fire him, then what? I still think the team stinks. And if they're going to move on from Mendoza, they might as well take David Stearns with him or send David Stearns with him because he's the one who built this mess of a baseball team. That would be my biggest thing. It's the players' fault. That's why they're here. And who brought in the players? That's David Stearns. He put his neck on the line, building the team the way that he did. And it clearly is not working out for this team, and I don't see how you could recover from the disastrous start that they've had.
Yeah, I mean, what the record is now 7-16. I mean, holy smokes. Holy smokes, Al. You mentioned it. You don't remember it ever being this bad. It's now tied for the sixth longest losing streak in franchise history. They're only 5 away from the worst ever in the 60s. So is this maybe the most disgraceful period of Met history that you can remember? And if they are going to turn it around, Sal, I look, thank God Juan Soto's reportedly coming back to the lineup tomorrow. Is that the answer? Is it jump on the back of Juan Soto?
No, I mean, getting him back is going to help, but it might be too late already. You can't play baseball like this. They've got nothing. Devin Williams stinks. He's terrible. And here's the bigger problem, because he's not terrible numbers-wise. He's terrible attitude-wise. He's soft. There are a bunch of soft players out there, and that's like even the bad teams. I mean, the Rockies beat the Dodgers 2 games in a row, so I didn't see what happened yesterday with that. But anyway, they beat them a couple of times. So even the bad teams in baseball win some games. The fact that you would lose 12 straight, it has nothing to do with Soto not being there. It has to do with them being a bunch of soft, mentally weak players that were assembled by a guy who doesn't look at the heartbeat but looks at the stat sheet and looks at the computer, and that's a problem. And you're seeing that play out in real time with this team where I thought it might work out for him. Well, I'm not getting paid to be the president of the baseball operations and build the team. And when you're this bad, if you're going to say fire the manager, okay, that's great. That's not going to solve anything. The guy who assembled this team, and 2 years in a row, I might add, it's been a disaster.
Oy. We're talking to Sal Licata here, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Sal is the host of his own YouTube show, The Sal Licata Show. Make sure you subscribe to it. He's also one of my good buddies, and also host of Baseball Night New York on SNY. And Sal's going to be doing some more TV work in about 20 minutes from now, talking about that debacle. So, Sal, we go from one great thing to another great thing in New York sports. How about our Knicks, which you and I can both commiserate over? Because what the hell was that last night with the Knicks? 14-point fourth quarter lead. Brunson ball hogging, not hitting shots. Mike Brown using rotations like this is a back-to-back in November against the Jazz. And then on top of it, Sal, NBC throws us through a damn loop with the incorrect score bug, thinking the Knicks had a timeout after McCollum's missed free throws, only to learn they didn't have a timeout. I mean, unbelievable. Who do you blame most for the Knicks' loss last night?
I keep saying this. It's OG Anunoby. Now, you could blame a lot of people. I know a lot of people getting on Jalen Brunson. Like, oh, they're shocked all of a sudden by Jalen Brunson not playing any defense. Like, we know that. It's been happening forever. Mike Brown, I don't think is a very good head coach. I'm not going to put the blame on him solely last night. If OG Anunoby can hit a couple of free throws, maybe you get a completely different result. And that is something that should be the easiest thing in the sport. Knock down free throws. To go 50%, he was 4 of 8 from downtown, from the free throw line, including missing 2 in a huge spot down the stretch. Even just hit 1. If he hit 1, I would have been mad. And he missed both. So I look at last night and say that their free throw shooting wasn't good enough, specifically with Anunoby. Again, it's not just one singular thing when you blow a lead like that. It's everything. But if you had to ask me one reason, I would go with OG Anunoby missing those clutch free throws.
And what did you call Mike Brown several months ago in the beginning of the Knicks season?
Yeah, you know what I called him, Mike Clown. And people were getting on. It's not even, Pat, that he's a bad coach. I don't think he's as good a coach as Tom Thibodeau. That's number one. Number two, you've seen the way that he handles himself. Like, he's a goofball. He's not – where Tibbs is a buttoned-up, no-nonsense, business-like, hard ass, which I respect and like. Mike Brown's the opposite. And maybe they wanted that on purpose. But to me, it was like clownish behavior. So I called him Mike Clown. And we'll see. Before I rip him to shreds, let's see how the series plays out. I still think the Knicks are going to win this series, but I don't think they're going to beat Boston, even though Boston lost to the Sixers somehow. Let's just see how it plays out. But remember, the expectations are not for the Knicks to get past the Hawks. The expectations are to, at the very least, get to the NBA Finals, not the Eastern Conference Finals, the NBA Finals. That's what Mike Brown was brought here to do. I'm not so sure he could do it.
Yeah, so Sal, let me ask you, how confident are you, 1 to 10, that the Knicks win this series against Atlanta?
9. They got to beat the Hawks. Come on, man. The Hawks aren't that good. I know the Knicks just call for an away. They got to beat the Hawks. I'm up, but still it should be Knicks in 5. Come on, what are we doing here? If it's not a level 9 confidence, even after losing that game, then we have a major problem, because then they're just not anywhere near as good as everybody expected them to be. With their talent, I don't care even if they have a down game or two, they still should beat the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, well, they know how to choke a game away, man. I mean, that's the thing that concerns me. That's why I didn't think this series would be easy. I thought it would be in 6, which would require them obviously to lose 2 games. But when they when they blow a 14-point fourth quarter lead, the way that, remember last year, game 1 against the Pacers. Imagine how different that series would have been if they didn't smoke that lead. So the fact that they keep doing this now on an annual basis, no matter who the head coach is, no matter what happens, whether it's Cat going invisible or Brunson ball hogging. It seems to happen over and over again. So that being said, I think they're beating Boston. I think they're beating the Celtics. So I got maybe more confidence in you in the long term. I don't know if I'm at a 9 out of 10, though, in winning this series. I'm probably at a 7.5. But either way, they better win the series.
Let me ask you. So if you have them beating Boston, do you have them getting to the NBA Finals?
Yes, I do. I have them beating Detroit, if even Detroit gets there, because I could see Orlando pulling the 8-1 seed upset and knocking out the Pistons. And honestly, even if it's the Pistons, I love the Knicks' chances. Sal, I really hope we see James Harden and the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, I think I'm with you in that if they could get past the Celtics, I think that they would get to the NBA Finals. I'm just not so sure about the Celtics. Let's see what happens the rest of this year. I'm actually shocked the Celtics lost to the Sixers. Number one, I thought if the Knicks matched up with the Sixers in round 1, the Sixers would give the Knicks fits. And luckily, they did not. So they got to get past Atlanta here. But I think that Celtics-Knicks series, assuming that both teams get there, will be one hell of a battle, maybe a vintage 90s-style Knicks battle where the Knicks had those big, great battles with the Pacers or the Heat or the Bulls. I know we're going back 30 years, but that's the last time I felt like the Knicks had a real rivalry. And I think you could have that again with Boston off of what's happened the last couple of years.
I agree. Talking to Sal Licata here, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Sal, let's pivot here. Let's talk a little football because we're less than 48 hours away from the draft. And surprisingly, shockingly, the Giants and the Jets both picking in the top 5. And this year, they've got 4 picks in the top 16. But, I mean, look, the Giants with the trade of Dexter Lawrence, I thought it was great. The fact that they got a 10th overall pick, I didn't even think they would get that trade done before the draft. And if they couldn't get it done, I didn't think there was a point to it, but they get it. So now the Giants have 5 and the Giants have 10. Would you like to know who my perfect ideal combination of picks are at 5 and 10 before I ask you, or do you want to give me yours first?
No, go ahead. Give me yours. I'm curious what you got.
So I am head over heels in love with Caleb Downs from Ohio State. I think he's the next Kyle Hamilton. I think he could be better than Kyle Hamilton. And I don't even want the Giants to risk taking somebody else at 5 and waiting for Caleb Downs to hopefully be there at 10, and then he comes off the board. I love him. He could play everywhere. Look at what Kyle Hamilton became under John Harbaugh. Now John Harbaugh is the coach of the Giants. I want Caleb Downs at 5. And then at 10, to help out Neighbors, to help out Isaiah Likely, to give another target for Jackson Dart, I want Jordan Tyson, the receiver from Arizona State, because Wan'Dale Robinson's gone in Tennessee. I don't trust Darius Slayton. I mean, Sal, the Giants are working out Odell Beckham Jr. What are we doing? Just draft a receiver at 10, and there you go, and that offense is set. I'll tell you who I don't want, Jeremiah Love. Even though I'm a Notre Dame diehard fan, and I love him, Giants don't need a running back. Don't make the same mistake you made years ago at Saquon.
I would not go Love. I'm with you there, and I would also not go receiver. I think it's easy to get tempted to do that. I would not do that. Now, I don't know who's going to be there at number 10. So let's say you take Downs. Okay, fair enough. I would like Downs, Styles, or one of the linemen, the top 2 linemen. I can't even say their names, so there's no point.
Now we know.
I'll have to learn it afterward. Yeah, he's one. So give me 2 of those 3 guys. Is it possible? It doesn't sound like Downs would fall to number 10, right? Is it possible Sonny Styles drops to number 10?
I think it's impossible that Sonny Styles drops to 10. I think it is somewhat possible that Caleb Downs drops to 10, but I think unlikely.
Okay, so then if you're going based off of that you don't think you're going to be able to get both, too big of a risk, then you got to take together you want more. So I would be okay with whoever Harbaugh decides between Downs and Styles. As long as they get their main guy between those 2, I think they're okay. And then at 10, you wait and see who's there. If it's the other one, let's say they take Downs number 5 and Styles is there, you take him. If not, I would go with an offensive lineman. I would certainly not take a running back, and I would not take a wide receiver at number 10.
Okay, finally, Sal Licata, the Jets. Number 2. Let's hit number 2 really quickly. I think it's I think the fact that they had a visit canceled with David Bailey, and I know Darren Muji, their GM, said don't make anything of it. Well, I'm making everything of it, because why would you cancel the trip right before the draft with the guy that is projected to go in the top 3? So I think that seals it for me. The Jets are taking Arvell Reese. What do you think the Jets are going to do it to, or what do you think they should do?
Yeah, I would take me personally. Now, I know that there's other things that go into this, and I'm not sitting in the rooms interviewing these players. I like Reuben Bain quite a bit, and I know that there's a reason for maybe him dropping. I think he's going to be the best. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, so big deal, and that's the only knock on him. I like everything else about him. So I would not let that impact me selecting him higher than a player who's a developmental player like Arvell Reese. So that would be my highest edge or defensive end on the board. So based off of that, and I don't know if you could maybe trade down and get him, whatever, but just by me personally ranking them, I like Bain the best. I think they're going to go with Arvell Reese. And you can make the argument, and I talked about this a lot with Costos, where, well, the Jets aren't going to be ready to win anyway, so maybe they're better off taking a guy with the upside with Reese, where he doesn't need to be great right away. My concern there is, are the Jets really the team that are going to develop him and teach him the right way, where we don't even know if the head coach is going to last the season? So I would have some reservations about that. I would go Bain myself. I think they are going Reese.
Okay, and then finally, how Jet would it be if they draft Ty Simpson at 16? Because I think it's going to happen, Sal, and I think it'll be a disaster.
No way. I think they're going wide receiver. I think the Jets are going to go wide receiver there. Which one? Who the hell knows is going to be there? They're not taking Simpson. There's no way, dude. Muji doesn't have the guts to do that, nor do I think that they love him that much. No, I could be wrong. I have no intel on this. I'm just trying to use a little common sense and some of the reporting that I've seen. I do believe the Jets are loading up for next year's draft as far as the quarterback goes. I wouldn't mind it. I'd be excited from a New York sports fan perspective if they made a move like that. I just don't believe it. I think the Jets are going to get Reese, number 2, and then figure out which receiver falls to them at 16.
I agree. I think that would be the smart, sensible thing to do, and then go, like you said, load up, go all in for your quarterback next year. But they are the Jets. It would not shock me if they take Ty Simpson at 16. But either way, Sal, I know you got to get to TV. So we'll let you go, brother. Appreciate the time. All the love, man. Can't wait to catch up with you soon.
Did you ever think that you would have a radio show and I wouldn't?
Well, hey, I saw you filled in for Stu Gotts, so you're a wanted man. And look, you will be doing. I'm sure your YouTube page will probably have thousands, hundreds of thousands of subscribers soon enough. So, no, I never thought I'd be in this position.
I'm just messing with you, and you know how much I respect you and love you, and I really appreciate you, and I'm very happy for your success. So keep it going. Good luck with the show. Good catching up.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man. There you go, Sal Licata.
Bye, Patty.
Off to do TV on SNY, where the Mets just lost their 12th straight game. And their pitcher had a perfect game. Nolan McLean had a perfect game going into the 6th inning. And they melt down and lose again. Holy smokes. Appreciate it, Sal Licata. Make sure you check out his YouTube show, The Sal Licata Show, the former host at WFAN, who is going to be atop the mountaintop again very soon, one place or another, and still hosting Baseball Night in New York every night on SNY, the TV home of the New York Mets. Love Sal. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. I've many of my radio qualities attributed to Sal. Many things I learned about this industry attributed to Sal. A tremendous mentor and a genuine lunatic of a sportsman who I love. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get you some scoreboard updates. We'll do a little hot or cold as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
It feels like everybody wants to blame Mike Brown. And Mike Brown absolutely 100% deserves some blame for what happened last night. There is no question about it. No question about it. But I'll just say this. I'm not doing the whole, Tom Thibodeau have done that? Like, Tom Thibodeau presided over some bad Knicks playoff losses, okay? So I'm not willing to do that. Did they make the right move? I still think they did. I think Tibbs had to go, just like did they hire the right guy to replace him. So Mike Brown definitely deserves some blame. Here's what I would say to everybody, whether it's pundits in the media, whether it's basketball fans, whether it's you listening or watching. At what point do we collectively start to hold these players accountable? At what point does that happen? At what point do we say, hey, Jalen Brunson, who's a superb player, all NBA caliber, he's magnificent, he's tremendous, he's great. He's not Kobe Bryant. And the way he hogs the ball, and we talked about it last year in the playoffs, right? He thinks he's Kobe. Dribble, 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 shot. Pass the ball, dude. You're not Kobe Bryant. Sorry. You're not Michael Jordan. And that's okay. He doesn't have to be Kobe to be great. He's great being himself. Stop trying to be Kobe Bryant. Pass the goddamn ball. We want to blame Mike Brown? Okay, he deserves some blame. Let me ask everybody this. Was Mike Brown the coach of the Knicks last year? Last year in the playoffs when the same BS was happening? Like, Tom Thibodeau was the scapegoat last year, and he should have been. And if the Knicks, I still think they'll win this series. I do think that they'll beat the Hawks. I don't think the season's over by any stretch of the imagination. But if they lose the series, Mike Brown's going to be the scapegoat. And this is like we talk about in the NFL, right, with the Bills and the Ravens. You're never firing the MVP quarterback. You're never trading Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. Like, the Knicks are never going to trade Jalen Brunson if they lose this first-round series. He could go 0 for 69 in every game, and they're still not going to trade him. They'll fire Mike Brown. But you know what? Like, we did this once already. We scapegoated a coach already. They're going to do it again? Like, that's what this is? We're scapegoating the coach again? Last I checked, same players. Same players. At what point is it their fault? At what point do we start blaming them? Even while acknowledging that Mike Brown made some harebrained, insane decisions in this game. At what point do we blame the players? They scored 15 points in the fourth quarter against Atlanta. And, like, I say that kind of dismissively, you know. And, like, this is what pisses me off because I said for weeks leading up to the first round, what the Knicks should do is try and get the 4 seed, right? So they can play Detroit in round 2 instead of Boston. And as it turned out, like, the Cleveland Cavaliers right now are basically, like, they're in St. Bart's instead of playing the Toronto Raptors. They're on vacation. Like, these games aren't even happening against the Raptors. Jamal Shed is starting for Toronto because Quickly's hurt. He can't score. Brandon Ingram, like, you want to talk about someone who looks like he hits the bong 24/7. Brandon Ingram can't make a shot. Are these games actually happening? Or is this like it's like a 2K and you simulate it to the end of the series and Cleveland wins? Like, the Cavaliers have a first-round bye while the Knicks are now in a knockout, drag-out fight against the Atlanta Hawks. Who could have predicted it? Oh, me. I said it. I said it. The whole thing's infuriating.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to my guy Sal Licata for joining me on the last segment. Talking the Mets losing 12th. Their 12th straight game in Mets fashion. Nolan McLean, their starting pitcher, had a perfect game going into the 6th inning, and they lose. They were up 3-0 with a perfect game going into the 6th inning, and they lose 5-3. And Devin Williams, the former Milwaukee Brewer, and then the former Yankee, who the Mets took off the Yankees scrap heap this offseason, along with Luke Weaver. Devin Williams walking the bases around, can't field a bunt, blows it, melts down in the 9th, and the Mets lose. Jeez. Also, huge shout out to Sal. We're both Knicks fans. We were talking about that collapse loss last night, what the Giants and the Jets should do in the draft. So a fixture of New York sports, Sal Licata. We appreciate him as always. All right, a couple of scoreboard updates here for you before we get into hot or cold. Mentioned earlier in the show, the Sixers with a big upset, 111-97 over the Celtics. That series tied at 1 apiece. The big news of the night, Victor Wembanyama in concussion protocol, ruled out after suffering a hard fall where he fell right on his face, trying to spin into the bucket, trying to get a bucket, and then went down, tripped over the defender, hit his face on the hardwood, went to the locker room, was immediately placed in concussion protocol, out for the remainder of the game. We have no idea how many other games he's going to miss. And that was early in the second quarter. The Spurs weathered the Blazers' storm, and it looks like San Antonio is closing in on what would be a gritty win. It's 99-95. It was 99-92. Portland just hit a triple to make it a two-possession game here. It's now 99-95, under 4 minutes to go. San Antonio trying to go up 2-0. Scoot Henderson, 28 points for the Trailblazers. Denny Avdia has not had a good game. 14 points, only 1 assist. San Antonio has shut him down. But Scoot Henderson is having a monster game. And for the San Antonio Spurs, they've got 5 different players in double figures, led by Stephon Castle, who's got 18 points and 8 rebounds. The Spurs trying to hold on. And then really quickly, on the ice, we've got overtime for the second straight game in Tampa Bay. The Lightning and the Canadiens tied at 2 goals apiece. The Habs won game 1 in overtime, 4-3. Nikita Kucherov with a game-tying goal with 8 minutes to go. We're in overtime between the Lightning and the Habs for the second straight game. If Montreal wins that, oh, baby, that might be the dagger. The Bruins maybe trying to give it away again against the Sabres. Remember, they were up 2-0 in game 1 and then choked it away, and Buffalo scored 4 in a row to win it. The Bruins were up 4-0 in this one, and Buffalo has scored 2 in a row. But there's only 2 minutes left to go in the third period. So it looks like the Bruins, barring a major collapse, the Bruins are going to tie this series up at a game apiece with the Sabres. I picked the Bruins to win that series, so I'd expected a big bounce back from them tonight. In Vegas, the Golden Knights, they're able to come from behind to beat the Mammoth in game 1. And the Golden Knights have a 1-0 lead here in the first period in that one. Mark Stone on the power play. How many times have you heard that over the last couple of years? Mark Stone, power play goal for the Vegas Golden Knights. They lead the Mammoth 1-0. And then the Kings and the Avalanche underway inside the first 3 minutes in Denver. That game scoreless. Colorado won that first game 2-1. So you got all 4 Stanley Cup playoff games in action right now. And we still have the Rockets and the Lakers kicking off in about 15 minutes from now from the crypt. And Kevin Durant is playing tonight for the Houston Rockets. Missed game 1 with a knee contusion after he injured it in practice. Kevin Durant is suiting up. He's in the starting lineup for the Houston Rockets tonight. That game starting shortly. So there you go. There's your playoff updates. Let's get to some hot or cold here. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in for a little hot or cold. And Combs, Cubbies, how we doing? How are the Cubbies looking?
Looking good right now, up 7-4 in the top of the ninth. But with one out, the Phillies do have runners on first and second in the tying run coming up to the plate. So we'll see if the Cubs can close this out. I think that they can, but hey, it's baseball. That's why we play the games.
Who's closing for them right now? That because Palencia is on the IL, right?
Yeah, so they had Webb in there to come out with the big lead. I mean, they were up 7-3 entering the inning. It's now 7-4. They had Webb come out. Couple of Cubs he got a ground ball. Would have been a double play, but Dansby threw it into right field, which is uncharacteristic of Dansby Swanson, and that killed the double play and allowed the inning to keep going. So 7-4. And they are bringing in, it looks like, I couldn't tell who it was now. It might be Thielbar. I couldn't tell who it was. They went to commercial break.
I have the game cast pulled up. It is
okay.
Caleb
Thielbar. Yeah. Hard thrower. He's going to come in. He's going to strike out the side. We're going to get out of here.
All right. Or you only need 2 outs.
Play. One pitch double play.
There you go.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm getting a text from our guy Denton Day. Linnell Willingham is sick tonight, so Denton Day is going to be hosting Westwood One Sports Night, which is coming up in 30 minutes from now. So make sure you keep it locked in to hear Denton Day, big Commanders fan. I can't wait to hear who he thinks the Commanders should draft at number 7 overall, because they are in a very interesting spot. But all right, Combs, good to see. Let's see if your Cubbies can hold it off for the win. By the way, before we get hot or cold started, let's get an update on our crew game. Let's go streaking. The boys went a perfect 5 for 5 last night. We got the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, who filled in for Brad last week. He's been given some guest picks. He's 6 for 6. He already hit tonight with Bobby Witt Jr. How are the rest of the crew looking, including our guy Monty, who's a perfect 9 for 9? Does Nick Kurtz have a hit for the A's?
Well, so Nick Kurtz does not have a hit yet for the A's. He just struck out in his last at-bat. He did walk in his first at-bat. And then my pick was Jackson Merrill, who was 0 for 2, came up and then got hit by a pitch. So he's going to have one more at-bat, it looks like, here in the 8th inning for the San Diego Padres, who are up 1-0. So, all it takes is one hit. We saw it last night with Nico Horner. I had Nico Horner last night. He had a little dribbler in his last at bat. So let's get him rolling. We still got time to get these hits going. And the A's and Mariners are only in the 3rd inning, so we got time there as well.
Okay. All right, very good. I'm sorry, I'm just working my multi-view here. I just want the Lightning Canadians in overtime. And the Blazers have roared back. They lead the Spurs now 102-101. So I got those 2 games on my other screen. I've got Big Dumper, by the way, for our Let's Go Streaking. Big Dumper at the plate right now. And hoping to get me to 8 for 10 since we started this segment. All right, so while we see what Cal Raleigh is doing, let's get to, actually, Cal Raleigh just put the ball in play, and Cal Raleigh's got a single to left field. Big Dumper comes through. Bang! That's another one for me. Let's go.
Let's
go.
There we go. Now we need one from Rosarena.
Yep, we need a Rosarena for Brad. I'm home safe. PJ's home safe. We need Monty to come through. We need a Rosarena to come through for Brad. And I wasn't paying attention, Sorry. Who do you have again?
Jackson Merrill.
That's right.
So he's going to come up here in the next half inning. We'll know before we get off the air whether or not Jackson Merrill gets his hit. For sure.
Okay.
And the Cubs right now have 2 outs. Trey Turner is at the dish representing the tying run against Caleb Thielbar. So things are getting tight.
You guys Cubbies have to put the Phillies away. They're another team that's talking about firing their manager already. You got to step on their throat.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's and it looks like Trey Turner just popped up to end the game. Popped up to Dansby Swanson. So Cubs win 7-4. They're rolling right now. I like it.
Oh, fire me up with a little Go Cubs Go if you can here, Combsy. Get me a little Go Cubs Go.
You up with Go Cubs Go.
Let's go. Say it again now. One more time. Dang. Oh, run it back. Go Cubs, go! Hey, hey, hey!
They got the power. They got the speed.
Be the best in the National League. See, Combs, I give you a lot of smack, but I'm the first to be right by your side when the Cubbies are winning, and that's now 7 straight W's. 7 straight dubs.
You know who doesn't have 7 straight W's? The New York Mets.
No, but they've got 12 straight something losses.
Hot or cold, Pat? Carlos Mendoza gets fired before the Mets losing streak ends.
It's a great question. I mean, how many would it take to be like, I don't give a damn that it's not even May 1st yet. He's got to go. Like I think we're close. I think we're close here. And I think if the Mets get swept by the Twins, he's gone. I think if they lose 2 more games, if they lose tomorrow on Wednesday and then on Thursday, he's out. That's it. If it hits 14 straight losses, he's gone. Because you're already in like historic waters. I mean, you were talking about in the break. There's only how many teams have won the World Series after suffering an 11-game losing streak or a 12-game losing streak?
4 teams have suffered a 10-game losing streak and made the playoffs, and only one of them, the Atlanta Braves in 1981, have actually won their division.
Wow. Yeah. I just don't understand how you could look like this. Now, and here's the thing, though. Here's the crazy part. The Mets looked as bad. Well, I don't know if they looked as bad as they do right now, but collectively, they looked as bad 2 years ago. The Mets in 2024 started their season 0-5. And at one point, the Mets were, let's see, what was their low point in 2024? They were 24-35 on June 2nd in 2024. And then Grimace and the OMG Mets, and they go all the way to the NLCS. So they were 11 games under 500 in June. They're 7-16 right now, and they've lost 12 in a row. Like,
$381 million payroll.
I can't see this team making the playoffs, man. I mean, and again, Juan Soto comes back tomorrow, and this losing streak has all occurred without Juan Soto.
Yeah.
But they can't hit. Their bullpen stinks. The manager stinks.
Yeah. I would have fired him tonight before he got back to the tunnel. I wouldn't have even let him get out of this game. He wouldn't have got back to his locker.
You would have fired him today?
I would have fired him as soon as he got back. After not only have you lost 11 straight, but you had a 3-0 lead tonight. You had a 3-0 lead. And look, I know that the players have to perform. The players have to get it done. They have to execute. They have to do this stuff. But clearly something you're doing is not working. Clearly the plays that you're making, the punches you're pulling with the lineup card, with the calls out of the bullpen, something is not going on. As Monty puts in the chat, Rosarena now has a single to right. So looks like we are 2 hits away from going 5 for 5. So me personally, I would have fired him right now. There's no way. Like, I just would have. We had a perfect game going into the 6th, and we were up 3-0, and we lost this game. How do you make it out of that? I just don't understand. Like, that's a tough game to lose if you're 15-7.
Yeah.
But if you're on a 12-game losing streak after starting the season 7-3, man, that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow.
Look, the only thing that I can say that is the reason he should still have his job is that Soto's been out. And I know it's baseball, and I know it's just one player, and I know it's a $350 million, or with the luxury tax included, $380 million payroll or whatever it is. But taking Juan Soto out of this lineup has clearly left a gaping hole. So can you fire the manager while the best player's been on the shelf for the last 3 weeks? That's the only reason why I think he does get another couple of games here. At least. I mean, what if all of a sudden it gets to 16 games in a row and then the Mets win 8 games in a row after that? So is it just, does it have to hit a certain amount of games for him to get fired? Or is it just like if they get to Memorial Day weekend and there's still 10 games under 500, he's gone by then? So I don't know. I just think in terms of, go ahead.
I just think, look, you are now 8.5 games behind the Atlanta Braves. And I know it's early to look at divisional standings. And I know it's only April. I get that. And I know teams have come back from larger deficits. Hell, the Detroit Tigers blew a larger deficit than that in September last year.
That's right.
I get it. I understand that. But the Atlanta Braves are really freaking good. And you've got 2 other teams in your division, at least one other team in your division that's really, really good as well that you are also behind, but they're not playing well right now either, which is the Philadelphia Phillies. But the Miami Marlins are also pretty good. Their lineup is good. They're young. They're hungry. They might trade Sandy Alcantara, hopefully, to the Cubs at some point. I don't know how you come back from this. There's no way. I don't think you're making up 8.5 games on the Atlanta Braves, even though it is only April. I just don't. I think that Braves team is too good. You are already out of the division. You're already thinking wild card. And you have a division in the National League Central with 5 teams. The American League has 4 teams in it that have winning records. All 5 teams in the National League Central have a winning record. There's just, I don't know what you're looking at if you're the Mets and where you feel good enough to not fire your manager early and not make a statement, because that might be the fire under the asses that this team needs to get back.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Playoff.
How do you guarantee that firing the manager is even going to work? I mean, if a 10-9 losing streak, if a 10-game losing streak, if an 11-game losing streak isn't enough to fire up a bunch of grown-ass men, professional baseball players, firing their manager is going to do it. It's going to fire them up. That's why I just, that's a
if
very... If
this was July, we'd be calling for a trade. You've got to make a trade to make a statement. You've got to light a fire, right? That's what we'd be doing if it was July, because that's when a trade happens. It's not going to happen in April. You're not making a trade right now to light a fire. You're not going to send shockwaves through a locker room with a trade right now. The only way to do it is to fire the manager. That's the only way to do it. And unless you've got guys that are coming in the locker room, unless Juan Soto is coming to you and saying, look, I know we're bad right now, but we need Carlos. If that's happening, you've got captains coming to you and saying, hey, we need Carlos Mendoza running our team, then that's a completely different story. But if they're not doing that, which I can't imagine that they are, you have to fire them.
Okay. I mean, look, I don't disagree with you that much. I think he's got a couple of games here, a couple of days. I just don't think you can do it before you see Juan Soto back in that lineup here. So you said they would have fired him tonight. They should have fired him tonight. I disagree with that, but it feels like he's running out of time. He's on borrowed time right now, Carlos Mendoza. That's 12 losses in a row. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. We got 2 callers on hold. So we'll get to you. We'll finish with your phone calls when we come back. And we've got another big double-digit road underdog pulling off a win in the NBA playoffs. And with a massive injury to boot with it, this series feels like it's 50-50 now. I'll tell you what that is when we come back. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Is there right now a rivalry that is better and more entertaining than the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Denver Nuggets. This is right now the single best rivalry in all of sports. I understand that it doesn't have the history of like Yankees Red Sox. I get it. I know that like the Bills and Chiefs in the Allen Mahomes era have played a lot of like playoff games against each other. I understand. We had Brady versus Manning. I get it. But team v team right now, the most intense, the most vitriolic, the most edgy, and the most evenly matched rivalry in sports is this one with the Nuggets and Timberwolves. In an era of sports where everything is sanitized and players hug each other after games, right? And I know I'm sounding like an old man again here. And everyone's buddy-buddy, and LeBron and company are on the banana boat in the offseason. You know what we could use? Some good, old-fashioned hatred. Take a listen to what Minnesota Timberwolves forward Jaden McDaniels had to say last night after the game about the Denver Nuggets' defensive prowess or lack thereof.
Go out for Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Like, just go at them.
They're all bad defenders.
Yeah, they're all bad defenders.
You have, like Knicks fans, for example, trying to turn C.J. McCollum into a villain, right? It's manufactured. It's not real. This is real. They hate each other. Did you see Anthony Edwards and Jokic getting into it at the end of the game, shoving each other with a couple minutes to play? Do you remember a couple years ago that epic 7-game series with Minnesota winning the first 2 in Denver, Denver winning the next 3, including 2 in Minnesota, Wolves blowing them out in Game 6, and then a huge comeback in Game 7 to knock the Nuggets out, ending Denver's bid to repeat as NBA champions? Do you understand that in the last 30 games these two teams have played against each other, including playoffs, 15 wins apiece for each? And out of any series in the NBA playoffs, it's not even close. This has been the best one. Minnesota and Denver. So you can take the Iron Bowl. You can take the big game. You can take Steelers, Ravens. You can take Yankees, Red Sox. Whatever rivalry you want to throw out there, you can have it. If I can watch one big game between rivals in all of sports, I want to see Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
I believe that they will. And this is not Met fan Sal. Like, I hate that. Yeah, I'm the optimist. I mean, come on, please. There's nobody. I'll rip everybody whenever need be. I'm going to give them. I could be proven wrong. It has happened before. I believed in the way that David Stearns built this team coming into the year. I'm not getting away from that after 22 games, even with an embarrassing 11 straight losses. Soto coming back, whenever that may be, tonight or tomorrow. McClain on the mound tonight, a soft schedule at home. If they don't go minimum 6-3, then I will put the fork in the 2026 New York Mets. I know it sounds asinine or impossible to see right now. Same way it was in 2024 when they turned that season around. I thought they were left for dead. 100% in my mind. I never thought they'd see 500 again. I still believe this team will turn it around at least to a respectable level. Starting tonight, they'll have a good homestand. And they may not be a very good team overall all year, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as this, and I don't think they're going to bottom out.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We've got a couple of phone callers ahead here to finish off the show, but just really quickly to give you an update on the ice, J.J. Mosier with the game winner in overtime. A Snipe Selly, top shelf, wins it for the Bolts. The Tampa Bay Lightning beat the Canadiens 3-2 in OT. Both of those games in this series have gone to overtime, and it's now one apiece going back up north to Montreal. Golden Knights and the Mammoth are tied at 1 after the first period, and the Bruins did hold on to beat the Sabres 4-2. That series tied at 1 apiece, and the Avalanche and the Kings still scoreless in the first period. Really quickly in the NBA, mentioned earlier, Sixers beat the Celtics 111-97. Big double-digit road dog upset. How about another one? The Blazers come back to beat the Spurs 106-103. San Antonio had a, let's see, how big was this lead? 95-82 with 8 minutes to go, and it was 99-90 with 5 minutes to go. So a 13-point fourth quarter lead evaporates before their eyes, and the Portland Trailblazers have tied the series up at a game apiece. Scoot Henderson, 31 points for Portland. The big news, though, the bigger news, San Antonio loses Victor Wembanyama in this game to what looked like a concussion. He was placed in concussion protocol, ruled out for the remainder of the game in the second quarter. And now, how many games is Wemby going to have to miss? Tied up at 1 apiece, and that series feels like it is now 50-50. Without Wemby, I think that's a 50-50 series, considering now Portland has already taken home court advantage. All right, let's get to your phone calls here. Let's go to line 1. Johnny's in Atlanta next up on BetMGM Tonight. Johnny, what's going on, brother?
Come on, Pat, man. What's up with your Knicks, man? I'm sick and tired of hearing all these Hawks fans talking about they going to the Eastern Conference Finals now, when everybody knows the Knicks laid an egg. I blame the coach, I blame the players, and I blame the fans. Mike Brown should be embarrassed to give up 3 double-digit leads last night. Jalen Brunson should never pass the ball up. And if I was a Knicks fan, I would throw a soda at him talking about, why you taking Jalen Brunson out when it was in the fourth quarter? Come on, Pat, man. Get the boys together. I don't want to hear these Hawks fans talking all this crap.
Johnny, you live in Atlanta, but remind me, what team are you a fan of again?
The Pacers. My team, Indiana. And we hurt. I understand that. But, man, every radio station talking about they going to the Eastern Conference Final right now. It's so embarrassing up here, man. I'm tired of hearing it.
No way. Johnny, I appreciate the call, brother. Long time no speak, man. Great to hear from you. Appreciate the call. Hope to hear from you again very soon. So Johnny in Atlanta, who's a Pacers fan, and I remember he would never let me hear the end of it last year on my old show when the Pacers beat the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. Now I remember. How could I ever forget? I think I blocked it from my memory. But, yeah, he's in Atlanta, and I guess they're talking the Hawks going to the conference finals in Atlanta? What are those people, nuts? What kind of drugs are they on? There's no shot. The Knicks are going to win that series. Lucky they got that game last night. Get real. All right, let's get to Ross in New Jersey, who's a Mets fan. And I'm just going to wind him up, and I'll let him go here for about a minute and a half. Ross is next up on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports with Pat Boyle. What's up, Ross? 12 in a row, brother. It doesn't get much worse than that.
I know you're up against it, so just when you cut me off, I understand, bro. You just cut me off because I could fire on everything with this team, bro. So I understand it. Just cut me off when you have to, all right, bro? Okay. I'm gonna start with this owner. I feel like he thinks he's in a honeymoon period. He thinks this is 2023. He thinks he's got some sort of cushion because he'll never be the Will Pond. So he goes on Twitter talking about green shoots, Simeon popping out. There'll be homers in June, July. The season's falling apart, bro. I'll never not regret blowing up last year's team because, like you and Combs were saying, the collapse, it'll always be justified blowing up that team. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to have the cojones to do that, you better get it right. And the last thing anybody in that clubhouse could have imagined is dropping 12 straight, and they're doing it in every single way they could find, bro. And Devin Williams is the poster child of it. Like, could you picture now with Diaz down in L.A., could you picture them trading for Jeff Hoffman? at the deadline? Because that's just like with the Mets, right? We can't show an Alonso video anymore because he's the one who broke Devin Williams. You go full circle. You let Alonso walk, and you bring in a guy who he broke. He broke his career, and he's your closer now. So now, you know what, bro? I talk about early season. Give me the sizzle, not the steak. But the record's shot. Combs is right. Forget the division. The season's done. And honestly, bro, I'm not opposed to it. You know what? Give me this garbage now rather than breaking my heart in August, September like he did last year. I'd rather have this because at least my heart ain't broken this time. Now I'm just laughing at him, bro. Last year they broke my heart. This year they're a freaking traveling circus, dude.
There you go. Ross. There you go, man. Amazing stuff. That is the beauty right there of Sports Talk Radio. Love having the phone calls like that from the fans that you got to look. 12 in a row. It doesn't get worse than that. Ross nailed it right on the head. Appreciate it, brother. What a fun show. Fun show. And we still got a lot of playoff action to come. Denton Day is going to take you through the rest of it on Westwood One Sports Night. That's it for us. Thanks to Brandon Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow on BetMGM Tonight.
C.J. McCollum has played the majority of his career in the Western Conference. He is a good and at points has been a very good player. He is not a great player. So we're just going to take anyone that plays well, and now he's a villain. Like we always need a villain. What is this, Batman? Like Spider-Man? Like, it doesn't have to be like this. Not everything has to be elevated to villain. We don't need a villain. Also, like, he kicked our ass last night. Great job. Like, you really rattled C.J. McCollum as he's hitting dagger after dagger in the fourth quarter as the Hawks come back and win the game. Pathetic. It is pathetic. Pathetic. And like I don't even care necessarily about like, let's all go out on 7th Avenue after we lose and film the social. That's whatever. It's what happens in the Garden that really bothers me. What happens in the Garden that really gets under my skin. Like, save the vitriol for Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum in round 2 if they're fortunate enough to get there. Save it for Cade Cunningham. Save it for Donovan Mitchell. Save it for James Harden. If you're lucky enough to make the finals, save it for SGA, for Chet Holmgren, for J-Dub. Save it for Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray. Save it for Victor Wembanyama and Steph Castle. C.J. McCollum? So, like, the Knicks play the Celtics in round 2. If Baylor Shireman scores 25 points, we're going to chant, F you, Baylor, like Art Briles is still the coach? Like, anyone plays well, we're just going to F you to this person. And I'll do the old man bit here. I'll tell you what, I love to drop F-bombs all the time in my regular life. Like, enough. Enough. And you don't have to like this part of what I'm saying. I don't care. Imagine like you're a dad or a mom, and you want to bring your kid to a playoff game, and you have these idiots at Madison Square Garden, these losers at the Garden who are it's just F, 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 F the whole time. And again, no one loves to curse more than me. And you know that if you follow me on social, if you've listened to me in the past, watched me throughout my career. I love to curse. Enough. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. F Trae Young. Really? F you, CJ. Are we losers? Yes, right? I get it now. I have said on this show for years, and that's the other thing, right? Like, it was one thing, and I'm really just feeling this way now. I have actually defended the conduct of the Knicks fan for years now since they've been good. For years. You've been out of the playoffs so long. Yeah, get excited when you win one playoff game. I understand. Do you want a chance? We want Boston? I get it. I'm not going to get really that upset about it. I understand. It's now reached the point where the Knicks win 50 games basically every season with this core, right? They haven't won a championship, but they're in the playoffs every year. It's time to start acting like you've been there before. It's time to start acting like you belong in the postseason. F. Trae Young. He's on the Wizards. F. C.J. McCollum, because he scores 30 points, one of the nicest guys in the league. It is pathetic, loser, embarrassing energy. This is an embarrassing fan base. And there's no defending it anymore. There's no defending this. We're behaving like we haven't been to the playoffs in 30 years. We were in the Eastern Conference Final last year. Grow up. You're embarrassing us. We're the New York Knicks. Start acting like it.